And are we working? Are we working? I think we are. Looks good on my end. Hoping this works okay. I had trouble getting SOMA to work appropriately for some reason, and I'm not really sure why it does that, but here we go. Yeah, so we're going to be playing SOMA because we watched Joseph Anderson's review of it from 8 years ago, and I wanted to replay it because it's a cool game. I figured we may as well do this. If we're going to react to a video about a game that we can play, may as well play it, because why not, you know. I also got a trusty milkshake here with me to help us out. Game might be a little loud. Come on, music, perk back up. I need to do audio tests. There we go. That seems to be a little loud. I can always increase the game volume later, if need be. But yeah, without further ado, we're just gonna get right into it. Alright, gonna be playing it on normal, so that the threats are actually threatening. Yes, I'm starting a new game. Let's get into it. Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. Very apt quote.
Okay, Simon? I think you're bleeding.
Oh, that's nothing. It's just my brain can't stop bleeding from the accident.
Here, take this.
No, that's for later, for the scan.
It's green.
Ashley, I need to tell you something.
Simon, please don't make this weird.
No, it's not like that. Why now?
Who's David Munchie?
Why is there never enough time?
For what?
Christ. Yeah, I'm up.
Yellow.
Hi, Simon Jarrett.
Yeah, that's me.
My name is David Munchie. We spoke earlier.
The brain scan. I remember.
Are you all right?
Yeah, just a bad dream. Are we still on for today?
Yeah, that's why I'm calling. I wanted to remind you to drink the tracer fluid I sent you. It'll help me capture a better image of the damages.
Don't worry, I got it somewhere.
Okay, great. Well, I'll see you in a couple of hours then.
Okay, see you soon.
Alrighty. Alright, good old Simon's apartment. TOEFL, Toronto Festival of Literature.
Where did I put the tracer fluid?
It's one of those things where I always think about, like, you know, like how much of this stuff is, like concept art repurposed for, in-game things. I always find that kind of funny. I'm gonna really fuck up my apartment now.
Come on, radioactive tracer fluid, where are you?
Put you back down there since I'm having real cheap meals, apparently. What is this? What brand is this? Is this one of those non-brands? It's freaking out. See, can I flip you over? I want to find out what brand it is. It's not even a brand, it's just a green cup. Just a green container. Physics manipulation in games like this are always kind of funny to me, because it's like, how many objects do you think were picked up and just thrown about every single time?
really should drink the tracer fluid before I go see Dr. Munchie.
Remind Jesse, pick up meds, flowers for funeral. Meh, meh, meh. What do we have in here?
Nothing but fast food. Should buy something healthier on my way home.
You should. After you go through an accident, you really gotta, like, take care of yourself. Especially if you got, like, a brain condition. So what do we have here? I forgot, what's the crouch key? It's control. I'm gonna hate that, but I gotta get used to it. Pan pizza. Apparently Simon's a big fan of pizza. Whatever that goop is. Looks like some pasta type of thing. Oh, all praise the dawn. I don't even know what that is. That straw is extremely, like, transparent. It's a high quality straw when you can see that it's in another dimension. Typical bachelor. All the things are just strewn about everywhere. Can I mess with the pipes at all? This is the thing, right? You give me the ability to mess with things. I'm gonna mess with everything, even though I know that some of this stuff is just kind of useless. Or not useless. It's just not stuff to really open and mess with. Alright. What is this? Oh, that text is so blurry I can't read it. Alright, let's read some lore around here. To Simon Jarrett. Apparently I can't open this at all. Definitely gonna need the keys for later. Yeah, pretty sure there's nothing there to interact with. Here we go. Hooked. This is one of those things, right? Like, I wonder, like, if these are actual, like, things, and they get the license to just throw them in a game, or if they're just completely made-up ideas. Because this actually sounds kind of neat. Like, people go swimming, and then just, like, tendrils wrap around a bunch of people and just suck them underwater. I'd read that book. I'd give it a read. What do we have here?
Hey Simon, it's Jesse. You working this weekend or what? I knew there was something you were doing. Was it this weekend or next? Anywho, just shoot me a mail or something. Love you, miss you, mean it.
End of messages.
I swear, that guy has the memory of a goldfish.
I even sent an email to remind him, didn't I?
We should check. We should check that. This is one of those things. If this is a Canadian, like, apartment, I hope it's cheap, because you're basically paying for one glorified room. Let me turn some lights on here. Liven this place up a little bit. We need to play some video games, watch a movie, do something fun. Massive recoil. Simon really does live like a slob. Just leaving food in the floor. I don't mind things being a little, like, disorganized. Or unorganized. What's the correct word? It's just, there's a lot of stuff around. It's just indicative of him not really caring. What is this? Ombla de la Serra Volterra. What does that mean? I like how that little human has a tiny little dong. Be careful with the dong. The dong is sacred. That was not gentle at all. There we go. Got a dead plant. Some pictures of stuff. Bugs. Looks like that might be a beach somewhere. See here. Notes. I wonder what that's actually for. Get well soon. Love, Mom. Well, given that we know what happens next, it's not gonna be that great. Not gonna be that great. Went to the beach. Meet and greet book signing. Oh yeah, isn't this the shop that he works at, I think? There are the two of them. Before shit hit the fan. At least I'm assuming anyway. Picture doesn't really look like Ashley from the flashback, but it could be something similar. Let's look through these emails. Alright, thank you again for participating in our research. The scan will be performed at the Pace Laboratories in Toronto, but since we are guests, our access is a bit unpredictable. I will try to schedule a scan session for Saturday. I'll get back to you when confirmed. Sincerely, David Munchie. Alright, dear Mr. Jared, I'm happy to hear your headaches have become less frequent. Your latest tests show your brain is slowly recovering, but it's still too early to tell how well it will adjust to the damage. The bleeding will continue over the coming months at least, and you will need to come to the hospital a few times to drain the cavity to prevent the blood from building up pressure. Since excessive stress could be fatal, I have written you a prescription for Prazosin to help you with your nightmares. Please read the instructions and medicate accordingly. Try to get a lot of rest, and I will see you next week. Dr. Peak. Ah, yes. What we were supposed to send to Jesse.
Oh, I forgot to hit send.
Hi, Jesse. Since you probably forgot, here's me reminding you that I've got that doctor's appointment tomorrow, i.e., I'm not coming into work. This means you need to make sure you're actually on time to open up the store. And please unpack the boxes behind the counter. They are starting to become a workplace hazard. Also, books tend to sell much better if they are put on shelves where people are able to actually see them. Good luck. You'll need it, Simon. Yeah, it's probably too late considering this is Saturday, but why not? Let's go ahead and send it. It's official.
Better late than never.
Yeah. Anything else that we can interact with here? I don't think so. Alright. Got a little toy. Little action figure. Does it say anything on it? Wow, that bottom's really dirty. Unless that's just the way it's supposed to be designed. It looks very dirty, though. Very dirty. Let's see, what's in here? What is that? I don't know. Maybe it's something for his bong. Summer blockbusters. Japanimation, bigger than ever. Stunts versus CGI. Massive recoil, flawless execution 2. Or is that massive recoil 2, flawless execution? I don't know. Whenever titles do that weird thing where they put like a name in the title, but they also put like a number, and then they make a poster like this, it's just confusing to read. Let's see. That was the middle one. What's the bottom one? Ain't got nothing. What's in here? Here we go. Downtown accident kills young woman. Yesterday, a driver distracted by her children ran a red light, causing her to blindside a car in the intersection of Bloor Street and Spadina Road. The mother and her children, traveling in a robust SUV, were left bruised but largely unharmed. The other party was less lucky. As the car crashed into the passenger side, Ashley Hall, 23, sustained devastating damages and suffocated from blood trapped in her lungs before the ambulance arrived. Her friend and driver, Simon Jarrett, 26, survived, but with complicated results believed to leave him with permanent brain damage. Then we got a picture of that car, which is... Man, I gotta wonder how you get a car that fucked up from like a T-bone like this. It sounds like a T-bone. Actually, does it have anything on the back? It's kind of funny how they put all these details for character on the front, and then in the back they have game ends with a surprise. It's kind of a funny little thing to add there. Woo, Soma! Hey, Andrew. I've been trying to take the intro kind of slow to let people kind of come in, so we're just looking around Simon's apartment right now. Mapping minds. Very clear. I mean, this is one of those things that I think works on a character level in this opening, right? Is that there's a lot of very simple things you can interact with that give you details about his character, right? You know, like he... You know, like he's kind of like... his apartment is kind of a mess. That chair's my fault. But, you know, there's like food all over the place. Dishes aren't done. You know, there's a bunch of trash everywhere. He eats a lot of junk food, as we can see from the multiple pizza boxes. You know, he's got a phone call from somebody asking if he's coming into work today, and he forgot to send an email, which means he drafted it but forgot to send it. You know, it gives a lot of perspective on things.
Coming. Hope it's a good one.
Hello, birds. They'll be the last birds I ever see. Guess that managed to time my date well to just be home. I like the picture from the magazine type thing that foreshadows the ending. It is. It's a very neat detail. It's one of those things that I think a lot of people won't pay attention to.
Right. Watching TV gives me headaches now. Thank you, brain.
Man. That's one thing that makes me kind of reflect on if I went through an accident where I had, like, brain trauma and I had to, like, avoid technology for a long time. That's like, that would be hard because all I'd be able to do would basically be, I'd probably still have to work. So I'd probably work and then just lay around listening to music because there's like nothing. Well, there's not nothing, but like a lot of my hobbies are digital, right? So if I can't look at a screen, that would just, a lot of my hobbies would just disappear. In games like this, I always wish that you could like take a shit and the character would like comment on it. Like, we don't have to actually see it, but I always found it kind of funny whenever that appears.
There it is.
There's the drugs. I like that little insignia. It's like, hey, open your mouth. This is what drinking is. Down it goes, Simon.
It feels like milk, but the taste, it's like sucking on a penny.
I also think he doesn't have a mirror in here. Just noticed that. That's not cool. That's not cool. There's no mirror. How can you tell if you brush your teeth appropriately if you don't have a mirror? Can I turn it on?
Don't want to keep the doctor waiting. I'll shower when I get back.
No, must shower. I'm a dirty Canadian. Help. Alright, gotta be responsible here. I can't shut that down, but oh well. Gotta be responsible adult here. Turn off electronics while we're in here. If we're getting ready to leave. Alright, pretty sure we got everything we need to leave now. Let's go.
Nothing works anymore, I tell you. Conserved up my ass. They're all sick. All of them.
Jesse,
Hey, Simon. I got your email. Just wanted to wish you good luck and let you know I got you covered.
thanks. I should be able to come to the store after the scan.
Don't sweat it. I got Matt and Chris helping me out.
Maddie from SNL?
Guess you didn't hear? He's coming in full time, working the comics section.
That's Ashley's job.
Yeah, well, you know.
Forget it. Not doing her any favors by leaving an empty spot. Not like she's coming back.
Well, good luck. Hope they find a way to reverse the whole, dying thing.
Dying thing? You're the worst support ever.
What should I say?
I'll see you later, Jesse. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone.
Over and out, buddy.
Now I'm wondering if. Now I'm wondering how Jesse would do, because he clearly needs us, the capable and responsible friend, to help him get to work on time. So we clearly need to help him out. It's going to be fun when we get to sort of the optional moral quandary parts of the game, because I like talking about those situations, because they're
Hello?
interesting to interact with.
Dr. Munchie?
Gotta
Where
breathe
is everyone?
breathe some life
This
into this
place really busy.
Canadian wreckage. It's modern art. You got a clown smothered in paint shit. Take me. Can I throw you up into the void? Wow, I can. Let's see if we can get you stuck in there. This is kind of funny. I've never tried this. I imagine there's not actually like a space above this. It's just like probably like a box up there that's like it's like a cubic space that won't let you like let things sit. How's this place look with the lights off? Now I'm wondering about I'm wondering about really inconsequential shit now. How's this place look? It's not too bad with the windows open. I'm the kind of person that if I can light a room with just regular lighting as opposed to like actual electricity, I will do it just because I kind of prefer the natural sunlight. Let's see, anything interesting in here we can loot? A piece of gum. Oh no, that's the flash drive. Don't eat flash drives. Trial and error. Put your scalpel away. The brain can heal itself. The brain has an amazing transformative quality, a plasticity that allows it to compensate and even heal itself, explains Paul Berg, a graduate student in neuroscience at York University in Toronto. It is this quality that Berg and his colleague David Munchie, a student of computer science, are hoping to encourage. It's about getting the brain to do the right thing, and we hope to accomplish this with simple things like exercise, therapy, and light medication. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm just making sure I'm reading this in the right order. It is about getting the brain to do the right thing, but Munchie and Berg are not looking for a miraculous panacea. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's about finding the optimal treatment for each patient. They start out recording something called the Nakajima neurograph. It's like a picture that indicates direction, says Munchie. Instead of a static brain scan, the neurograph can tell us where your brain is going. And apparently this graph shows a guy thinking about stuff. Then exercise, electricity, and pills and questions lead the brain to be healthy. I usually end up using the option to read the text as a black box when I play through it. Yeah. I don't know. I like to read it diegetically most of the time, unless it's hard like to make out. Yeah, some of this is just down to me being unable to read sometimes, just because I'm having a moment. Let's see, damaged brain scan to produce computer model. Numerous tests conducted on model without risk. Perfected treatment is then applied on patient. Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting science, too. Like, it's not even just a... It's not even one of those sci-fi things that's just an excuse for the story to happen. It's like an actual interesting, like, concept, right, of being able to essentially, like, scan a brain, perform, like, a simulation of tests on that brain, and then depending on how the outcomes, like, turn out, then they recommend therapy and stuff on that. I always found... I always like that sort of thing where games blend, like, interesting real-world applications of technology into their own sort of story that takes it kind of over the edge into, like, hard sci-fi and stuff. It's one of the things I enjoy a lot about this game in particular is the way it kind of meddles with, like, psychology, like real-world psychology and science, but then takes it to that next level that you get with good sci-fi where it tackles the concepts and, what it means to do X, Y, or Z in a sci-fi setting with crazy technology, Reading is overrated. Gary from Neurotic gets on fine. Have you seen FNT this week? No, I usually take like an extra like 2 or 3 days to get through FNT, but I know Gary probably had a great time reading the sponsor. He always does. But yeah, I'll get around to it. I need to check on it. Let's see. Since the text is kind of cut off, I'll probably read it this way. It is not a long forecast, it's about milliseconds, but with the right computer model, Berg and Munshi can then administer all kinds of treatments without risking actual harm to the real brain. We could try giving your brain an overdose of painkillers while running a marathon, suggests Berg. It's just a computer model. We're able to fail treating you 1,000,000 times over only to find the right way. And when they do find that optimal treatment, that's why they apply it to the real patient. It's still in the early stages, but their project has caught the attention from Pace Laboratories, who has promised to assist them with both equipment and workspace. We are very fortunate to get all the support, says Berg. Now we just need to get out of the limelight and actually do the work. That's probably not a good sign, like at the end of this article about you to say, now we just need to get out of the limelight and actually do the work. It's like, so have you not been doing a whole lot of it before? Doesn't really build confidence, Oh, I finished Lord of the Rings this morning. You are in for a treat. Yeah, I like the science fiction things that game can use to implement it. It's very fun. Reading the sponsor was awkward this week considering the news that came out. A few of the guys were laughing. Well, I'm behind on it, so it'll be interesting to say the least. It'll be interesting when I get there. When we get there. Is there anything in there? I want to pick up whatever these are. Are these pencils? I thought they were chopsticks for a minute. Alright. I know I'm looting someone else's stuff, but I'm going to be responsible and act like I didn't do it. After I sneak into their emails. Scan now. Paul, where are you? Paul! We've got a few hours. I got hold of Simon Jarrett. Let's do this. I saw your laptop in the reception. Are you already here? Call me ASAP. Let's see. These are both to... Okay, I kind of need to read this sort of in order, I guess, would be a better way to put it, but I already read that one. Alright, so first thing that happens is this one. Hi, Paul. Talked to Pace about using the lab this week. I've managed to book the scanner for tomorrow morning and again on Friday. It's not a lot, but they said we could use the empty reception area as a kind of office. It would allow us to use their computers to run models, and also if a time slot opens up, we can get in there and use the scan rig right away. I thought we could run some tests tomorrow. We could do a scan of each other to learn the equipment. It's supposed to be pretty easy. On Friday, I'm hoping Dr. Erin Peak will send somebody over. She has a patient that was recently in a car crash. Should be interesting. Alright, then we get this one. We're locked out. I found some extra time in the lab today. Unfortunately, nobody told us about the code change. So I called security, talked to Professor Y to have him vouch for our project, and finally got a hold of some honcho over at Pace's legal department that could re-grant us permission to use the lab. I'm not allowed to repeat the code in mails or texts, but I'll leave a note or something in case we forget. Alright, and then he's wondering where Paul is. Alright, which is a good question. I wonder where he actually is. I don't remember that. What was that weird like square that showed up at the bottom of the screen? I don't know these things. Well, a certain Russell Brand has been charged over here by police for certain naughty things involving women. I wondered before if he'd still read it or not. Yeah. I mean, the ads that they read are kind of like a weird, like meshing of the minds in a weird way, you know, because I know that they have opinions on, you know, like Steven Crowder and stuff, and like the Rumble ad has like Crowder being. Let's see if we can get some water. You know, it's like basically like pro Crowder, stuff like that. And it's like I don't really have one thing for or against Crowder. I don't watch him, so it's like I don't really care. But it is kind of weird having ad reads for people that you've dealt with in the past that you may not have a good opinion of. Come on, I want some water. Come on. We have the technology and the brain power. Let's do it. Dang, it doesn't work. Oh well. Honestly, it's amazing how much content they put into SOMA that you can read. Excellent world building. I agree. And it does it in a very... I'd say it's a very balanced way, right? Because one problem I've had... Before we go in this room, I want to rant about it. But one problem I've had with some games is how they, you know, just overload you on stuff that you can read in a game. You know, like Skyrim's an example of a game that I would say where the world building is very entertaining, but the pacing at which the world building can come to you is very all over the place. Like you'll have moments where, you know, you'll loot something and there will be a book in there and you can read that book and get information about whatever the book's about, right? You know, but at the same time, it's like a lot of those books are sort of largely unnecessary, you know, for the game itself. They're just kind of extra lore bits. So it's a really weird sort of mix of like, how do you pace the world building you want to introduce on top of the stories that you're telling in the game? You know, I mean, obviously Skyrim's like a big game with a lot of stuff in it, so it's not gonna, it doesn't have to be as linear as say like SOMA is. But I think SOMA does a really good job of slowly drip feeding you information as you go until you actually like start getting into heavier stuff with the I forget what you call them, but like the memory sequences that the machines sort of have up, you know. Let's see. I forget. Do I have to find the code? Did I read this? I did not read this, but it looks like there's a code on there. Anything on the back? Looks like 2501. This is one thing, dude. This also teaches you, this is like your first sort of puzzle, I think, right? Yeah, look at that. I have the technology and the brain. One thing I do like, too, is how they give you tool tips for things when you don't need them, but they sort of infer that you will need them later. Also, like, they don't have to make these interactable, but they are for some reason, and I wonder if that's just a byproduct of the engine they created, or have for this game. I don't know if they made the in-house engine for this game. I'm assuming they did, but I'm not sure. This is the explosion room. It's a good thing it's locked. You don't want to let everybody into the explosion room. Scan calculation in progress. Be a real shame if I stepped on his power cord in the middle of this test going on. What is that? Is that a wallet? Looks like a wallet. Reckon so, since I wouldn't class finding the tracer as a puzzle, more a game of hide and seek. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of like the first, like, thing you have to do, where you actively have to, like, use your brain. You know, it's not just walk forward, you know. Oh, here we go. Look at all the different brain scans. I really wonder what the game would be like if I went in blind. Just a shame it's not the type of game I'd try if not for content creators. Yeah, I mean, like, this is sort of the beauty of the internet, right? And content creators in general. Like, there's tons of games that I would not be into if it wasn't for content creators, you know? Like, including this one. Hello, Doctor.
Oh, hi. Didn't hear you come in. Simon Jarrett, right?
Or I guess it's
Dr.
not
Munchie?
Doctor
Well,
yet.
it's just Mr. Munchie, but I'm working on it. Actually, you're helping me right now.
Is this part of your thesis work?
Yeah, it's a study I'm doing with my colleague Paul Berg. We hope to design a gentle way to work with brain reconstruction to help people like you. Oh, did you take the tracer fluid?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Great. Well, we can start whenever you're ready.
Excuse me. I probably shouldn't be drinking a milkshake while I'm playing a game where I have to pay attention.
So, what exactly are we doing?
We're going to do a scan of your brain. Then we build a computer model of it and bombard it with stimuli. The program will help us to quickly iterate your treatment plan until it's fully optimized. In short, develop the perfect treatment for your condition.
So it's not just a study, this will actually help me.
Well, I should hope so. Otherwise, this would be a huge waste of time.
You know I have a serious condition, right? You heard about the car crash, the X months to live deal?
Yes, I heard. Must be hard having to hear that. As you know, it's because your brain is weakened so much that it can start to bleed every so often.
And if it ever gets real bad, it will kill me.
Well, we probably can't restore your brain completely, but we should be able to make those X months turn into years, decades even. And if you take care of yourself and don't do anything too crazy, we should be able to get you to outlive the best of us.
That's one thing. I forgot to check this detail while we were looking at the... Actually, wait, I can run back.
Don't wander around. There's needles and stuff lying around.
Not a very good hospital-like space if it's got needles and stuff lying around. But I wanted to check something here. Yeah, so this is 2015. I forget when Simon Jarrett actually dies canonically in the game. I think it's in 2015.
Please, have a seat.
I really hope you're right about this.
Me too. This could make a huge difference for how we treat people with brain damage. So, what do you say? Should we get going?
Sure. Let's get started.
Take a seat.
All right, I just want to make sure we exhaust dialogue. So now we get into it. I love sci-fi noises.
All right, let me just get this out of the way. You are Simon Jarrett, correct?
Right.
Toronto, Canada, David Munchie. Born 1988, July 16.
Right.
Flat neurograph, version 6.
Okay, he dies a month later
All files in
from
Well,
now.
this hurt.
It's just a scan. It'll hurt
Be
about as much
interesting.
as getting your picture taken.
Indians thought cameras would steal their souls.
Is that so? Well, let's
I'm
hope
sure
you're
off
wrong.
memory. Well,
Ready?
we'll find out one way or another.
Say cheese.
Brain scan.
What happened?
Hello? Mr. Munchie?
Dang, just realized I was about 40 seconds behind the stream. Well, now you know. Hopefully you're caught up.
Did something go wrong?
Here we go. Now we get into the... I like how...
This isn't funny.
I like how this game sort of drops you immediately into
I'm
the
not
shit.
supposed to put myself in.
Power! We have the power.
How did I get here?
So apologies if my message seemed out of place for you. Haha. Nah, don't worry about it. Unlock terminal from service control. Yeah, we need to get all this stuff going. Get our Omni tool set up here. Got all these dive suits. The thing about these dive suits, right, is like... Are these suits basically just... like, is just a little robot, like, head and a bunch of robot goo just sort of, like, plugged directly into these suits, and then they're just, like, duct taped together to, like, make it work? I wonder about it. Let's go! Oh, that's neat. I didn't know that you could move this just by moving, like, on top of it. It's kind of neat. Be free, doorway. Tech Depot. Really agree with Mahler from his Soma Amnesia series about just how much environmental storytelling you get just in the first 30 minutes. Yeah, I fully support that too. Like, I think the opening of this game is much better than Amnesia, just in terms of like how much information you gain in a way that makes sense diegetically, and also, you know, just it's such an efficient way to get you into the mind of the character, what his condition is, and where we're going before it drops you into the real shit. You know? Now, I think the suits are for staff, because remember, they did have humans. Pretty sure you're a robot completely. Yeah, like I know I'm a robot completely. I just wonder, like, how the WoW sets these things up, because, like, these look like what we look like, you know, outside of, like, once we see what we truly look like, you know, like in the mirror. Like, these things look like what we look like. So I just wonder how the WoW constructed that. You know, like if somebody's suit was just in there just because, and the WoW decided to load up our memory, or if the WoW was specifically trying to create something in that chair, and then we just happen to be the one that's uploaded into it. Because I don't imagine the WoW has specific parameters for who it uploads where. Then again, I don't know. This is one of those things, too, that I really like about, like, this is part of the reason why I really like Alien, well, I like Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, even Alien Resurrection, you know, to an extent, is I like the sort of heavy industrial sci-fi stuff that you sometimes get, you know, in sci-fi things. It's fun just to be in a big mechanical place that has interesting shit going on. You know, I find that cool. It's the goop. The evil goop. See, can I rotate this? Here we go. Curry mix. Now I'm curious. We probably can't make that work, but curious what they got here. So here's like a rice thing. This makes me think of the Spy Kids things where you just put like almost like a popcorn, like a deflated popcorn bag in the microwave, and then like a second later you get McDonald's or something. I wish we had that technology. It'd be great. Probably be massively unhealthy, but should be interesting. We got dried beef, curry, rice, spinach, noodles, miso. I've never had miso. There's a thermos. This is one thing, right? Like, since I know the story of the game, I want to go back through every area now and like look at everything. Like, I want to go back and explore everything. Home is a state of mind. I bet Catherine would love putting these posters everywhere. What's this goop? Humidifier. This is one thing, too, that I appreciate in video games is all the environmental storytelling that comes outside of the actual story that matters. You know, with, like, first aid stuff in case of different things, you know. How to use the doors, you know, little cautionary things. You know, what... You know, little things that make it feel more real. Take the soap with us. Gotta keep our hands clean. This is one minor thing though. It's like, why is there a stall in here when there's like there's only one toilet in here? You don't need a stall. Let's see, machine hanger. You can hear him moving around in there. I'm gonna beat him with a... beat him with a... I almost said fire hydrant, that's not what it is. Fire extinguisher, that's what it is. Bring it on! Foul creatures. I know you're weird. This is one thing, actually. Isn't this... Like this is the base model, right, of like what the machines are supposed to be, right? But this is like the WoW one that turns into the creature that roams around like the other area. I never recognized it the first time, but it's like it's very clearly that version. Maybe people just use it, wash hands, Vangeris. Don't judge them. I will judge them harshly. All the goop and stuff everywhere. It's like a glasses case. You know, it's kind of weird going back through things that I experienced when I was younger because, as I wear glasses, and I didn't wear glasses for a long time until I was like in my 20s. And so going back, I suddenly start to really identify with Velma, you know, from Scooby-Doo and other characters that lose their glasses in crazy situations just because. You know, it's like I identify with that plight. Now, I'm not completely blind without my glasses, but like it's still one of those things where it's like if anything becomes impaired in a horror situation, I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to be like, I am so much closer to being killed by whatever's roaming around.
Hey, you. Can you talk? Can you talk like the others? Why are you like this? You want some structure, Joe? Yeah, you do. So weird. Doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna shut you down now, okay? Yeah, you're creepy as hell, so I'm gonna shut you down.
How did I do that?
Oh no. It's roaming. Ah! Aha, that's like my brother. He's blind without them. I've not bothered with mines for about 14 years. Yeah. I mean, it comes down to just like what you need them for, right? You know, like my mom and dad use glasses to read, but they don't need them for anything else really. So it's like, yeah, it just kind of happens. Forget. Yeah, he doesn't go through there. Oh, I completely forgot to listen to this thing. My bad.
Oh, it's working better than expected. They're having a really hard time getting the doors open.
I'll permaseal as many as you can, rather not take any chances.
Roger. Did you cut off the factory floor?
All done? Should keep most of them out. I'm on my way to lock out the comm center.
Just make sure to leave a way out of here.
Trust me, I'll get you to data safe and sound. We just need to make sure we leave enough power running so we don't have to return.
I hear that. See you back at camp.
This is one element of it that I'm a little unclear about, is exactly how we get these memories from things. Like I have questions about how that actually works. The goop. A crawlway. Actually, that's a good question. That's worth discussing. What's your favorite horror sort of environments to be in? Do you prefer like a dilapidated mechanical space, like a factory or a ship, or do you prefer something that's like a high life area, like a museum or like a mansion or something, and now it's like fallen into disrepair, you know? Like, what's your favorite horror environment? Maybe it's Bluetoothing them to you. Yeah. That's a good point. Less noisy, reduces the chance of being seen by the spookums. It's the spookums. In which sense, like an IRL or in a game? Just in general. You can separate them if you want to. I'm more of like an industrial kind of horror guy myself. Like I like being in environments like this, you know, like dingy, mechanical spaces. You know, like I prefer like a dingy mechanical space like this or Alien Isolation where we're on like a ship or a space station or something, as opposed to being in like a spooky castle or like a forest or something like that. I like mechanical shit more than like classical stuff, I guess is the best way to put it. Nothing against those things, I prefer the mechanical stuff. I'd probably go for like Resident Evil 3 vibes, enclosed city type thing. That's a fun environment to work in. Just like I said, like part of the fun I think of the Resident Evil games and of just zombie games in general is just watching how society in major populated areas just falls apart. Just in general. It's the spookums. This is one thing I appreciate about Frictional as well during this time period, is that they didn't do the whole like jump scare shit. It's like these are environmental sounds that mean something. It's not just an enemy goes boom, boom, boom in your face. It's like there's something back there and you have to go there. So there's tension because you know you have to, like, go there. I wish you could reapply these things to doors after you open them. That'd be fun. Can't say no to, like, an abandoned hospital or mansion as well, I'd say, for me. Yeah. I feel like any place that has, like, the sort of atmosphere of sickness around it is just a good environment to put, like, zombies or something zombie adjacent in. Like, it feels thematically appropriate. You know, like a graveyard or whatever. Look at all the goop. Look at all the goop. The Omnitool, version 2.5. Nice. I'm not going to read absolutely everything that we have to pick up, but I probably will read the more personal things that you get from certain, like, people stuff. Hi, Matsu! AI helper Jane. Yep, there's our inventory. Got that one item. See, I'm wondering, was that a real person? Because it looks a little reddish. Maybe it's the lighting is weird, but that looks more like blood than structure gel. So I have suspicions. I need to replay the Dead Space games again. Dead Space 2 was one of the first, like, horror games I really got into as a young lad. I'd love to go back through that one day. I remember that there was one... It wasn't that. But there's one particular spooky moment that I like. This is one of them too. It gave me flashbacks to Alien Isolation. Actually, will anything actually happen? I can sense movement. It can smell me. It can smell my fear. And my poopy pants. But, yeah, I like things like this where you don't actually see anything, but it's the indication that something's there. And I feel like Frictional's best horror is this shit, right? It's like inferring that there's something there, and you having to work around that knowledge that something is there, because your imagination will often do more work to make it more terrifying than what it actually is once you actually look at it, you know, just by virtue of them working with smaller budgets than some other games. I wonder, does this change? There it is. That's the thing that I remembered, was like the spooky light moving across the way. Yeah, see, this door is broken down now. I love this environmental shit. And we've looped around. I forget. I'm pretty sure this area is completely safe. Like, I don't think there's actually anything here that can cause a problem.
Service console Upsilon 3, including pilot seat activated.
Including pilot seat. Can we sit back in it? I forget if I looked up anything about this. Alright, gibberish. Carl Semken. Let's see. Plays heat shields, result success. Okay. Semken reported uncharacteristic levels of nausea after the mission. Diagnostics show a spike of electromagnetism surrounding the pilot helmet, which is believed to be the cause of Semken's symptoms. No indication to what created this anomaly. Attention, the pilot system has become increasingly unreliable. Everyone who's been using it the last couple of months has been having headaches and spells of nausea. Last week, Gavin was knocked out for 30 hours when trying to direct a helper cluster. This is not acceptable. We will figure this out, but for the time being, I'm shutting down the usage of the pilot system. This means you will have to do some more heavy lifting, performing the operations through programming or physical labor. No one is happy about this, so don't bother complaining. Jane Addams, Chief Factor. Yeah. I'm trying to remember, that's the thing, like, aren't we... Like, I forget whose form we sort of take, right? I'm having a hard time remembering if that actually matters one way or another or not. Okay, let's go through some things. Let's see. Emergency systems, 13 days remaining. So this place is 13 days from falling apart. It is kind of funny how we're, you know, almost exactly, like, what did I say, like 90 or 88 years sort of later. Or not 88 years later, but like I think 89 years later, because I don't know if this is accurate timing at this point. This does beg the question, though, like how many Simon Jarretts existed prior to the events of this game, you know? Because his brain scan was in that brain scan in 2015. So how long did that process continue up to now of like them messing with his brain in different ways to have weird stuff do things, you know? I was going to say, do they even show what form you're in? But obviously you can see when you transfer. Sure, it was about 90 years later, give or take. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Just, I'm always curious about that sort of thing, because I forget if Mahler mentioned it or not in his breakdown of SOMA, but I think it was a thing where we essentially... I forget if whose like form we take, but I think we take... No, it's not Carl. I don't think it is, but we end up undoing a lot of work that people did as we sort of go through the game, which has always been kind of interesting. Let's see. Yes, here's the thing. 3 is unknown contamination. 5 and 6 are in use. I'm assuming we're one of those. Alright, let's take a look at this. Alright, not fitted with the tool chip. Don't have that either. Let's see, what do we... Here we go. I like how we only pick up one. The rest of them are just trash. Absolute trash. Let's close this to feel secure. Tool chip found. Is it not Catherine that uploads you to the body? Maybe they did tests to see if it's possible. The simulations with the guy to get the information later really scare me to think about that happening. Yeah. I don't know. Just I'd forgotten if there was like a hard answer for sort of like if we did inhabit a body that someone was previously using, or if it's such a morbid thing to say, but you know, like, are we inhabiting someone that previously existed as a person, or did we just load into a robot that was deactivated for some reason. You know what I mean?
I know they told you that field technicians would get full access throughout Pathos 2. I'm here to tell you that's not gonna happen. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to get in your way. We need you guys to keep this place up and running, but there needs to be at least some level of security on these things. I don't want to hear you barge into some quarantined area at Omicron and just knocked out the whole place with some virus, or whatever the hell they're doing over there. This is what you can do. You'll be able to use it to open doors. Basically all of them. If you can't, there's something wrong or someone didn't want you in there. Then what do? You shove that Omni tool into a terminal and see if you can't get around it somehow. I mean, sometimes you'll need to get into places where you don't belong. Just find a way. You're an engineer, for crying out loud. What else? Take care of your gear. Don't be an asshole. That's about it, really. My name is John Strohmeyer, Pathos 2 security operative. I got an office at Theta. Come see me if you got any issues you can't handle yourself. Good luck.
Is our first sort of human that we could potentially interact with in theory. I know you don't actually see him like in person, but like sort of a little thing to get you like, oh, there is a person that exists somewhere. Maybe I can find them. You're a walking meat suit. This is true. I always assumed we were a robot. Guess when you become Simon 3, we can find out. Yeah. Are you excited for any of the amazing films due to release this year? I'm curious how the Minecraft movie's going to do. I'm curious about Superman. I'm curious about the Fantastic Four. Apart from that, I don't really have anything I'm interested in terms of seeing things succeed or fail. I'm just kind of like, I don't know what's going on. It's kind of all over the place. Alright, let's update this. And give us more security ciphers.
Toolchip security cipher updated.
See. This is one thing I forget. We can't update the Cortex chip until we find Catherine, I think. Oh, you're in for a treat after FNT. Won't spoil anything. Thanks. Should be an interesting ride. James Gunn, Superman, and Fantastic Four have me intrigued, but not expecting much. Yeah. I kind of don't know what to expect out of either of them, right? Like, there could be something interesting in both of them, but who knows? The creatures are being creaturely. Isn't the Cortex chip after that vent part you go through? It might be. I don't remember. I don't remember off the top of my head. See. Yeah, we've already been that way. I believe we can open this door now. Yes. Thank you, Jane. I actually seen Fantastic Four stick because I refused to call it Fantastic Four in the cinema. Oh yeah, Fant 4 stick, yeah. The way they made that, they had to have known that people would have made fun of it. Glad I had an unlimited card for that heaping pile of... Yeah, I heard it was terrible. Yeah, the only Fantastic Four movies I remember seeing were the, like, 2000s ones, like the first one and the sequel. For some reason, I remember Jessica Alba stripping down to her underwear to go invisible the most. It probably says a lot about those movies, is the fact that the only thing I remember is a hot woman getting nakey bakey. Some fish. Fish with the goop. Back and different. Thick structure gel they can't shake. Wow, freaky fishes. This is one of those things that I wonder about, like, with the WoW and the structure gel stuff. If structure gel is sort of that super stuff that can basically keep you running, we kind of just would slowly morph into, like, cyborgs, like, over time, I would imagine. Like nothing happened. Every still looks the same. All silence alike. I liked them ones. Yeah, the amount of time she ended up in her undies as a gag was quite bad. Not that I was complaining. It's one of those things that, like, you don't need, but we know why you put it there. Oh, wow, I never noticed there was a plane out there. I wonder how long that's been down there. Anything around here? I don't know. My biggest, I don't really care about Fantastic Four if it is good, but I really want Superman to be good. Superman as a character needs a win. He really needs a win. They've just screwed him up so much over the past, like, decade. It's just, like, come on.
I'm here.
Ready to let it go yet?
I guess so.
Plenty of opportunity to go stand on the fishes back at Theta.
I'm gonna miss this place.
Oh, SOMA?
Come on. We've worked here for years. You're not even gonna miss it a little bit?
A power plant full of psychotic machines. I'll find a way to go.
That's cold, man. It's not Upsilon's fault it got swarmed.
Whatever. Seal that thing and get back to camp already.
Roger that.
Actually, one thing before we continue, actually, wait, is this the way I need to go? Yes, it is. Okay. Before we go, I've often wondered, like, what their options were once the world kind of went to shit on the surface, because, I mean, you are in the ocean, right? So, there's tons of fish and things that you could interact with for resources, right? For, like, food and stuff, and you're surrounded by water that you could probably purify with the level of technology you have here, right? So, you technically could keep the human race going by just regular propagation and just, you know, having children and just keeping supplies flowing, right? Because, I mean, there's not that. I think there was like a grand total of what, like 20 people down here, like maybe 30. Yeah, it's not a lot to go with, and you know, some of them may not like each other, but at the end of the day, when the urges are coming, you got to go smash somewhere. And when it's the end of the human race as you know it, you know, it's probably time to do some Pound Town, if you know what I mean. I don't remember that idea being broached in the game at all, and I wonder about that. Superman is my favorite superhero. I reckon Man of Steel has actually aged better, although I loved it at the time it came out. Cavill basically does look like him in a way the new one doesn't, LeMayo. I mean, I don't really have a problem with the way the new one looks. I think Henry Cavill was probably the best guy to do it at the time, but just at this point I think he's just too old to do it. You know. And it was actually weird, like, I showed my wife the first 5 Superman movies, right? So it's like the first 4 movies with Christopher Reeve, and then Superman Returns. And I don't really understand the hate for Superman Returns after rewatching it, right? Like we loved the original Christopher Reeve one. We really enjoyed 2. It was not the Donner cut, but I remember the Donner cut being better, so that's here or there. We hated 3. We hated Superman 3, right? We hated it so much that we spent so much time with the new black guy hacker dude. I forget his name, but like he was so annoying. And the fourth one was eh. But I really enjoyed Superman Returns, and I thought Brandon Routh had a really good chance to be Superman. It's just the movie just didn't do well enough, and it was just too expensive to make. Which was a shame, because he could have been the next Superman. He looked so much like Brandon Routh looked so much like Christopher Reeve. It was uncanny. Reckon that was the plan before the WoW started its machinations. Yeah, probably. Yeah. With them trying to repopulate, the WoW was like, I'm just going to copy and paste and do my own thing. This is helpful. Then it's like, no, stop. Bad. No. We got our checkpoint. See, observation tower security. Here we go. It's the Spookums. Henry Cavill keeps getting cast in perfect roles with people who mishandle the character or story and he leaves. I've not seen 3 or 4 of those ones. Yeah, Cavill needs a win, man. I really hope his... Like, I don't care about Warhammer 40k, but I would totally watch it if he's a fan of 40k and he is able to control the 40k on Amazon. I would love to watch him do something he cares about, because he obviously cares deeply about what fans love. And it'd be just nice to see. I like how we're talking about this instead of like the horror game we're playing. But yeah. Superman Returns, I reckon, suffered from a shit script and stupid storylines like Lois being with Cyclops. I mean, that's the thing. I don't actually have a problem with that element, though, right? I could see how people would say that Superman was cucked in that, but I don't think that's... I think there's a decent story reason for that, right? Like, he fucks off for 5 years, and Lois moves on. I mean, like, you know, like, if you're not married to a person, you're not gonna wait 5 years for them to come back, right? Like, if you're not married, and if you don't have a stable relationship with them, right? You have no idea if Superman's gonna come back to this planet, right? You know, it's like, I know that they like Lois Lane with Superman, but I kind of liked where they went in Superman Returns, where she moved on and Superman has to deal with the fact that she did move on. You know, I think that's I don't think that's as bad of a plot element as some other people think, right? Was glad Brandon Routh got a second chance playing the Atom in Arrowverse. I've not watched any of the live action like TV shows for DC stuff, but it is kind of cool when they bring actors back like that. It is kind of neat. It's time to plug a butthole.
Ah! What was that?
Now we cannot return into the crawly bits. Reminds me of Alien Isolation all over again. Boo. A little bit of lag. I need to replay Alien Isolation again. I need to play that again. It's a great game. Okay, I don't think we can go through here, can we? No, we can't. Okay. Guess I struggle since the best live-action version of Lois is the one from Smallville. Arrowverse really dropped in quality. First 2 seasons of Arrow and first season Flasher Peak. Yeah, I've heard the earlier versions of those were good, but they just kind of went on too long. I tried Alien Isolation, but couldn't get very far. Really loved how they made the alien AI work. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think that Alien Isolation as a horror game actually did a really good blend of the different things horror games do. You know, because on the one hand, you start off relatively helpless against the alien, against the synths, the synthetics, right? but over time you sort of accrue like more gear to help deal with them. But the alien is still the optimal threat. You know, it is the threat that cannot be killed. It can simply be pushed away, and that's only for a limited time. You know, I think Alien Isolation had a lot of good ideas. It did really well. I think the game's a little too long though. Like it kind of starts to drop in terms of adding new things. Like near like I think it took me like 14 hours to beat, but it's one of those games that I feel like would have benefited if they tightened it up a little bit. I enjoy playing the entire game, but there is a point where the game doesn't add anything new, and then it goes on for a couple extra hours, and then you're kind of like done. Most seasons of The Flash are insert speedster you think is a friend who is really the villain to try and recapture season 1. Yeah. I'm just upset that they never managed to make a good like live action like Justice League series after, you know, Justice League and Justice League Unlimited existed, right? That shit was perfect, right? It would not be hard to adapt. It would not be hard to adapt. Don't touch the structure gel leakage. Can't confirm its effect on WoW. Issue has been reported to SSE. Will check. I lived vicariously through your playthrough after accepting I just wasn't going to finish Alien. Yeah. I mean, I had a lot of fun playing it. And the Alien AI is actually something impressive with how it operates and how it sort of functions in the game at different points. It's a great threat.
Hey, can you hear me?
I gotta wonder what this person was like experiencing in this moment. It's like, imagine paradise, and then it just suddenly starts distorting and falling apart around you, and you can see the person screwing it up. It's like, that's hard to like deal with. I'm sorry. I'm just poor stupid Simon who's just unaware of all the shit going down. I'm sorry. See, are there other notes around here? I'm curious now. I don't think there are. I'm fed up of all these universes and shared worlds at this point. Just make films, not everything needs to be an interconnected world. My main dislike of the MCU now. Yeah. Well, just the MCU had a good formula for the first, like, 3 phases, where it was just individual stories, you know, that were focused on the character more so than world-breaking events. Then you had the world-breaking event be the Avengers film, right? And then they just repeat that. It started getting crazy in sort of a phase 3 where they were starting to, like, deal with each other's shit, you know, like with, you know, like Ragnarok and Civil War, kind of crossing paths of Avengers to deal with different things. But I do think that, like, this shared... I feel like the MCU has been a blessing and a curse at the same time, showing that it can be done, but at the same time, they became a victim of their own success, and now everyone's trying to copy them, but they're doing it like Marvel's doing it now, where it's just a shit show. It's like the intelligence is gone for how to orchestrate a proper cinematic universe. It's not that hard, right? It's really not that hard. Just have isolated movies that deal with specific threats in specific places that are on the lower scale of things. Then you have a bigger threat that brings everybody together. It's not that hard, right? If you're getting paid millions of dollars, it's not that hard to make that work. Man of Steel wasn't meant to kick off a film universe. It was a standalone film. I mean, I will give it that. It is a standalone film, and it's not one of those... Yeah, I mean, just... there's so much good storytelling that could have happened, right? If people just took a minute to think about, okay, are we doing this correctly, or are we creating problems? That maybe would have got a sequel. I hated it with how much I did like Snyder's idea, and it all went downhill. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm kind of mixed on the whole Snyder-verse thing, because it's... After seeing stuff about Rebel Moon and things like that, it's very clear that he is an idea guy that needs someone else to filter out the bullshit. Right? Yeah, like, he can't... Like, when he's given complete freedom and an unlimited budget to do what he wants, he makes shit. Right? It's very obvious that he makes shit. Right? When he's got, like, a guiding hand, I think he can do some interesting things. But anyway, I don't want to talk about other stuff outside the game. I feel like we've been doing that forever now. Let's see, how do I get stuff working here? I forget how this works. Is it like start, start, stop, I think? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Bring back that power, baby. We're back, baby. You're welcome, world, and all that is left.
Oh, what's happening? Hello, is there anyone there?
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. Upsilon, what's going on?
I have no idea. I just sort of woke up here.
In the room right now?
It was like a seat with a helmet.
Is that right? What's your name?
I'm Simon Jarrett.
And what do you... signal... Damn relays. Where are you now?
Someplace dealing with electrical power. I'm not sure if it's a plant or a transformer.
Yeah, you're probably in the thermal plant somewhere. You want to go upstairs to the comm center. It's the room with the dome ceiling.
Hey, look, this place is not... There's something seriously wrong here. Hello?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. We lost another relay. Just listen, head for the comm center upstairs. I'll wait here.
Alright, we got shit to deal with now. Okay. Now let me catch up on chat. Again. See, General Zod in that film is the best I've seen in any other content, animated or live action. Snyder is past his peak now. Okay, back to the game now. Yeah. I mean, I like General Zod in Man of Steel. I just think that the storytelling could have been better for both him and Superman as characters, you know. I hate puzzles like that in games. I just push buttons until it works most of the time. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is a simple puzzle. You know, it's like... It's a simple puzzle that's just sort of like, okay, if you aren't sure how it works, you can figure it out in like 10 seconds, like I did, and redo it. You know, it's nothing crazy. I hate the puzzles that punish you for failure if you don't get it exactly right. Like, one I go back to is the Dead Space 2 eye surgery puzzle. It's not really a puzzle, but it's basically, if you don't get the needle just right, you basically die and have to redo that whole segment again. And it's very easy to fail that segment. It's very easy to fail it. I don't like that sort of like hard, sort of, if you fuck up, the entire thing's screwed. Catherine be lying there. She heard us well. I bet she did. Old Kathy. It's interesting. It says oxygen is unavailable. I don't know if that means we just can't detect it or oxygen is not, like, here right now. It's interesting. Recorded downtime was 143 days. So what is that? That's almost 5 months. It's almost 5 months without power. Or without, like, the main power. I forget. Can I do something crazy here? I don't think I can. There was a TV prequel series that race swapped Zod and made him Clark's uncle. What the fuck? I agree with you. That is silly. That's one of those decisions that just doesn't lead to anything. It's like, what's the fucking... Why? People don't have to be related to each other. Let's see. Now, when does that creature appear? When I hit the ground? I wonder about this now. Now I'm wondering about... Oh. We get a jump scare. There it is. A creature. No, I forget. Can I climb back up? This is on normal difficulty, right? So, like, if it does kill me, like enemies will kill me. Let's see, where's he going? Is he gonna screw up the ladder? Have we passed the robot that ends up in pain yet? No, I believe he is a little bit further throughout this area. Let him go around, do his thing. I forget. Is there anything up here we need to do? Whoops. Did not mean to do that. See, are you gonna come up here? I would love to explore that room that this thing came through. See, can I open it? I can. Did he go away? Huh. Did I, like, glitch the encounter out where he despawns because I'm technically out of his area now? Huh. That's weird. I've never tried that. It's weird. I didn't know that you could, like, do that with this one. See here. Yeah, this is the part with the robot in pain. Yeah, here we go. Hate those buddies. This is seal exit 2B, seal exit 2C, and then it says reseal exit 2A. The last thing on the list is being awesome. I guess this is all you really have to do whenever you're, you know, kind of out of luck on the world's ending. Here we go. I think I actually remember taking a picture of this during my run and saving it on my phone to, like, look where I was. I kind of want to take a picture of it now, just to keep it and use it if I need it. I think we'll do that. Trying to get a good shot of this. There we go. I got my map saved now. I know what I'm doing. Planning for the future. Let's see, what do we have over here? Health draught. Can we get back there? Probably not. Login. Okay, we need... Let's see, can we change? Nope. Okay. We need login information. Lockdown process initiated. Check terminal for details. Well, can't do that if we can't log in. Undies. Workshop. Can we revisit that? Yeah, okay. Okay. Sometimes they have like a multi-trigger where you can trigger it over again, and sometimes you can't, so just want to be sure we're not missing anything of substance here. Alright. Is there anything back here? I got a big, like, drill thing I could throw at a robot. That'd be fun. Alright, I know that's where the bad thing comes out of, I think.
Oh god, he's dead? He's dead.
Carl Semken. 0722. Yeah, we need to go in there, I think. Actually, no, we don't need to go in there, but I think it's one of the options is to go in there, but we release whatever's up here. Check it again. Oh, he's memory.
Did you get the final backup turbos going?
Everything is wired evenly. We've hedged our bets as much as we possibly can.
So that's it? Enough power to run Pathos 2 until the next apocalypse. We're ready to go.
I really hope we didn't mess anything up. I don't want to have to come back here again.
Relax, it's over. We're going to Theta.
Maybe we should seal more blocks. I don't trust the helpers to let this place run in peace.
We've sealed everything. Everything from the barracks to the comm center. If anyone ever sets their foot here again, they're gonna have a hell of a time getting around. Ah!
So it seems like he was killed here, and then I think the robot was killed in that other room. 0722. Let's go interact with that before we do anything. Kind of wish the game did more with the objects you can pick up mechanically in the game. Other than opening drawers and moving stuff, doesn't seem to be more than a cool thing to show they can do. Yeah, I wish there was more, like, physics manipulation that you could do in the game. 0722. Let's check this out. Oh, this was a draft. See, power production has been secured. We've sealed off the factories to keep the plant running. All superfluous systems have been turned off. If anyone ever has to return, know that the power flow regulator is hanging on by a thread. If you flip the switch, it's probably a no turning back situation. We're out of here. That's a good thing to remember. I don't think there's a point to sending this, but we can try sending it anyway. Oh yeah, link. Power manager. Let's see. Okay, so we can manage different things here. So let's see. That's storage. Let's open storage. The black box. Precision instrument designed to observe your overall condition. It measures a wide range of data. Information is constantly relayed to Pathos 2's Warden unit. Yeah, everyone's got a black box with, like, memory shit. I forget if I'll need that later, but it's worth mentioning, or at least looking at. That's the thing, if I turn the power off to that door, will it close again? No, just I can't interact with the door. Okay. So, flow control. Flow control's probably that room back there. Yeah, flow control's in that one area. There's a changing room and a pump room. I wonder if I can interact with those rooms. Okay, I have to shut down one of the sections. Alright. Which I know which one to do. Go ahead and open that one up. See, we got Jane Addams, Vigdis, Jotsteer, Baxter Rogers, Amy Azaro, Gavin Finley, and Louis Murin, Carl Semkin, Ashish Shankar. See, are these the same panels? Okay, this is just different stuff. Let's see. Okay, so like a couple years ago, heat shield burnout, turbine overheating, quake disrupts plateau channel. Let's see, lambda blackout, omicron blackout, delta severe blackout, heat shield burnout. All right, so this place was just basically just falling apart as time went on. Oh yeah, definitely like until we turned it back on, just dead. Should have taken a picture. Haha, I did take a picture. I'm too lazy to bring it up sometimes. I mean, if it's right there, I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's see. Let's go interact with this robot.
What are you?
Are you blind? It's me. Carl Semkin. Wrangler? Any of this sound familiar to you?
No, actually.
Well, thanks for being so helpful. It's not like I'm knocked out on the floor or anything.
Are you human?
Shit, did my body give it away? I try hard to stay a mystery. Yeah, I'm human. Are you?
My name is Simon. Do you know anything about this place?
Oh, you knew. That makes us slightly less weird. Look, I'm obviously hurt.
First ethical choice incoming. Yeah.
Just tell them where I am.
So, where are you exactly?
Are you for real? I'm right here. See me waiting? Look at my hands. Hey, buddy.
Okay. I'm just gonna be. I'm not seeing it. I see a machine, a robot talking.
What the hell are you looking at? I'm here. See?
Okay. I just didn't expect you to look like that.
You're really hung up on appearances, you know that?
How did you hurt yourself?
Not sure. Blacked out pretty bad. Can't remember how I got here.
What do you remember then?
I was in the pilot seat, remoting a UH.
UH?
A universal helper. You know, a robot like these things, but livelier. Anyway, I was just dealing with some heat shields and that's my last clear memory.
Yeah, it's like the WoW was copying them as they were doing work.
You were remote controlling a robot.
We do it all the time. Robots are too on a way to deal with some stuff. Intuition doesn't grow on motherboards, you know?
Did you maybe get trapped in the robot somehow?
Your mind is pretty tightly wired to the helper, but nah, pretty far-fetched.
Listen, I don't want to alarm you, but I think you might be trapped in a robot.
I'm telling you, get your eyes checked. I'm right here. I see both my hands, both my feet. When you remote, all you see is like a video feed from the helper unit. Your own body is entirely out of the picture. If you see any others, just let them know where I am. I'm really hurting here. Go get some help.
Alright, so this is one of the options, which I know makes him scream in pain. Now, I forget how this works. I think that if you throw this switch, like if you throw this one, you can reverse it, but the other one I don't think you can. Let's check this out. Make him suffer and make the next part easier. No, I need to be a good semi-human thing.
I'm sorry, I think I pulled the wrong lever.
Oh, don't sweat it. Just get me a doctor.
Won't a mechanic make more sense?
You trying to be fucking funny? Give me a minute.
But you're a robot.
Really? The robots have legs, hands, a face. You're delusional.
Okay, calm down. I won't...
Get some fucking help! Get me Holland. Go tell the others.
What American accent is he using? Is that like New York or New Jersey? I think it's one of those. It's definitely like a northeastern sort of accent. I don't think it's strong enough to be like Bostonian, but it might be something close to that, so probably around New York or New Jersey. Alright. So here's the thing. This door should be open. Alright, so... read this. We strain the system. If you pull the lever, there's no turning back. Make sure you want it bad enough. Let's see. Can we go up here and interact with things? See, there's a suit missing. Alright, can't get through there. Can we hide back here? Just live in our own little corner? Just get on our hands and knees and just die? No, he didn't sound Irish for the Boston one. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh. Alright, so... trying to remember how best to do this, because I'm pretty sure that what happens is when we turn the thing off... so when we turn that... when we throw the switch, the dude should be in this area somewhere, I think, and he comes down that hallway. Let's see, is there anything here I can interact with that's neat? Well, I can turn the light off. I know you do. Be quiet. I'm trying to do shit. Alright, we're going to spare you. We're going to spare you, my dude. We're going to do it. We're going to save what people we can. Although I don't know if he shuts down and dies or not. Yep. Here it comes. Good. That's right, go back that way. That's right, go check out that guy. Yeah. Pretty sure we can't interact with this guy again. I'm pretty sure he's shut off at this point. Yeah, he's basically gone, so it's kind of what I wanted, to be honest. Let's take a risk here. Woo, buddy! See you later. Alright, good deal. Good deal. We ended a life, pretty much. Which seems to be the one thing I tend to do in this game whenever I play it. It's just... It's that thing of they will eventually realize that they're trapped. And so I think it's better for them to be shut off than to just go insane. Like some of these other constructs.
Jonesy, how's the evac coming along?
We got everything we need to move, but we can't leave the plant without supervision. Adams decided to leave Amy, Asaro, and Kalsanka to execute the automatization process.
And I bet they're thrilled about it.
I just wanted to let you know we're on schedule, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, I'll pass it on the whole check. Jonesy, early morning for an evac, am I right?
It will do. I wanted to introduce you to Amy and Cal. They'll be doing the talking as soon as I leave for Theta. Say hello.
Hey, Theta.
Hello.
Hey, guys, I'm Peter Strasky, dispatcher at Theta. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
I suppose that's it. I'll see you real soon, when we arrive.
All right, Jonesy, have a safe trip.
Hey, hello? Theta?
Upsilon, what's up?
We could really use direct contact with Heather. Site service engineer Wolchek.
Direct links are almost impossible to establish. The Lumar relays are basically junk at this point. You can send messages via the comm center. If you want, I'm pretty much always here, ready to relay anything by hand. I know it's a shitty system, but it's all that works right now.
All right, we just have to make do. Catch you later. Hello? Peter, was it?
I'm here. What's up?
We're getting out. I just want to tell you that I'm going to seal the comm center now, so this is definitely the last you'll hear from us. If we don't show up in the next couple of hours, send in the cavalry.
Hang on, what's happening? It's still the same plan, right?
Yeah. We'll head for the shuttle and ride it directly to Theta.
Okay, good. I'll rally the troops for a welcome party.
What I like to hear.
I remember Strasky being like one of my favorite characters, and it's just so sad to think about his story and where it ends up. Oh man. Now we get some details about the world. Alright. So, New York offline. The office is closing down. Everyone is being evacuated from everywhere here. I want to say it's been an honor working with you in Upsilon. Godspeed and good luck with the apocalypse. Thanks, Ben. Lisbon offline. Update on the defense measures. Final efforts by the global community to prevent collision has failed. Pathos 2 should make any final efforts to deal with the inevitable quake following impact. Estimated time for impact 5:13. Yes. Dear Miss Vidgis Johnstetter, it's with great sadness I have to inform you that the office will close and can no longer support Upsilon and Pathos 2. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, your supervisor Jane Adams, and the rest of the staff. You are a terrific group, and it's with great confidence to say that where we fall, you will surely carry on with bravery. System Director James Bloom. Cadiz. Let's see. Jonesy, I know you have a much better chance for survival, but we have the better view. Salute. Let's see here. I think the only thing left to do is just turn this thing on, right? Yeah, here we go. Let's see. See, I'm at Upsilon, so all these other places. I know one of them is like story driven, so I kind of want to avoid that one, but I'm trying to remember exactly where Catherine is. I believe she's at Theta? Maybe? Or Omicron, but I can't remember. Let's try this out. Link error offline. No! Let's try Phi. Also offline. I imagine all these are going to be offline, but never hurts to check them all. You never know. May as well do all of them. Why not? That was a cheery message. Thanks, man. Just kill yourself. Alright. We're checking them all, because why not? I really liked one critique I watched that speculated that different names had story connections based on what the Greek letters symbolize. No, that could be true. I haven't really thought about that in terms of like how those things relate to each other. Let's see, what am I doing? Lambda. There we go.
Hey, are you there? I found the dome ceiling.
Oh, that's better. Simon, was it?
Jared, Simon Jared.
Hi, Simon. I'm Catherine. Have you figured out what's going on yet?
Me? I was hoping you'd have some answers.
I probably have some. What do you want to know?
Where to even begin? I mean, what is this place? How did I get here? And why do the robots talk like they're people?
Well, you're at Upsilon, clearly. Have you never been there before? Where did you work?
The Grimoire in Toronto. Is that really important?
No, I mean, where did you work at Pathos 2?
I don't know what that is.
That's unexpected. Did you come directly from Toronto?
Yeah, I did. And it was very unexpected.
Have you seen any people? Like staff or field technicians?
Only robots. Crazy ones.
This is also strange.
You're telling me. What was that? Whoa!
What's going on?
I think this place is about to collapse. What do I do?
Simon, come to Lambda.
How do I get there?
There are sound trains connecting all the sites. Find one and come here. I'll wait for you.
I will find you.
Shit! Where should I? Oh, fuck!
No.
What the hell? How is this possible? This is insane!
Woo! Floaty physics. Do we need to heal before we go? Oh, we can't. Never mind. Enjoyed the thing as well while you play through the game. As you progress and go back to the main menu, Catherine becomes more visible until at the end you do. If you do, it's her face really clear. Yeah, I like that face because she's kind of one of the most pivotal characters in the game, just because of how she kind of sort of gives us our goal of getting the Ark into space. She's a big player in this story. Now we get to do some Subnautica-ing, kind of. Look at the fishies.
Lambda, find the shuttle to Lambda.
Come on, I want you to open. I'm always curious of like how far we can take like physics manipulation. Woo! Let's see. Zeppelin transport. I'm really glad that we don't walk super slowly underwater, because that's one thing that really annoys me about underwater sections is how slow you are. It's very annoying. Can I open you? Probably not. I think I can see the gel on the fish a little bit. It's hard to see. They're only visible for like a few frames. I think I can see the structure gel actually on them. Now I just want to explore the ocean. There we go.
Come in, Theta. You better answer me, Strasky. Come on!
Amy, where are you?
The fields. I had to leave.
Is Carl with you?
It all went to hell.
Hold on. You got the power automated, right? The plant is safe? We need the power to keep the sites running.
Oh, fuck the power! Fuck you, Strasky! The machines killed Carl.
Oh, shit. All right, calm down. It'll be okay. Can you get back to Theta?
Yeah. I think so. I'll head for the shuttle, the Aux.
Good luck, Amy. rooting for you.
Into the depths.
Come on, just get by.
Will you attack me if I get close to you? You're not doing anything. No, I know you need it. I know you need something. Yeah, you're gonna follow me now. You're gonna bug me. You're gonna be like a beggar. A beggar robot. Some structure gel. But you are the bad guy.
No, you're there. I can hear you.
Epsilon B. Hello, little friend. Let me help you. Hello. You are now my friend. Let's see, don't we need to get into this main structure here in the middle? I feel like we do. I don't really know where I'm going right now. I'm just kind of wandering around. Okay, here's the shuttle station. There are a lot of other areas to run around to. Actually, wait, I don't think we actually get anything out of the shuttle station yet. Thank you, my friend.
Well, thanks, little guy.
Indeed. Thank you. You're very helpful. One thing
Let's hope the shuttle still works.
Yeah. Well, one thing I was going to say is the game is a little stuttery at times with the way it manages its
How did I... Where did I get a flashlight?
Yeah, I remember the game can be a little stuttery sometimes because of the like loading of levels happens sort of at very specific points.
Jackie, come in, Theta. What? I can't. Where are you now? Strasky, I'm at the shuttle, but it's not looking good. The lights flicker like mad. I think the power regulator is broken. I have to fix it. I don't want to get stranded halfway to Theta. What was that? I can't hear you. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Somehow.
We will find a way. Let's see, I forget. Is there anything in this room? Insufficient power. Yeah. I forget. Do we have to use that? Are there spooktisms? Spooktisms? Help! Life always finds a way. Yeah. That's both true for friend and foe. Hello.
Hey, are you...
Don't hurt me.
Can I help?
It won't let me die. Nothing is allowed to die.
What happened?
An accident. Fixing the power. I was going to Theta.
Anything I can do?
If you see Masters or Holland, tell them I need help. Okay? Amy needs help.
I just wanted to see if something would happen. I forget. I don't think there's any way around this, is there?
Shit, are you okay?
Plug it back in. Do it! It's goopy and weird.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I want to go home.
I'm sorry. You're done for anyway.
Oh, fuck.
Power is now stable. Well, now we've killed an actual person. Although she probably didn't have long with all the structure gel going through her, and she probably would have just sat there and suffered. She would have been alive, but in pain probably the whole time. I forget. Can we get in this room somehow? So much for stopping and thinking at each moral choice. You're basically doing the DS noob who kills every NPC
Jesus
here.
Christ. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, I forgot, like, you, as far as I can remember, you can't save her, right? Like, I don't think there's an option to save her. I kind of want to go back and run around, because there were still places I wanted to explore there. Oh, crap, I don't think I can leave now. Damn it. Should have looked around a little bit more. Well, I guess we're moving on. Here we go. Let's do what we can.
Shuttle J6 activated. Standing by.
I do like these sequences where you're like in a chair and you actually have to flip the buttons. It's not just a click one thing and then the game does it for you. I like that little extra interaction. Alright, so I am here. We get to choose where to go, right? See, we need to go to Lambda. It's our only option. Can we actually go to these places, or is it just going to skip us over stuff? Oh, it goes over the personnel at each area. Okay. Okay, so there were 8 people at Upsilon A. There were 4 people at Lambda. So 8, 12, 16, let's see, 30, 40, 52, 60. There were 60 people here at one point. This thing. This is the thing. Like, I don't think we can actually plan because I know we crash at some point. So I guess it doesn't matter which one we pick. Let's pick Omicron just because it's the farthest away and see what happens if something changes. It probably won't, just because.
Welcome to Pathos 2, your expressway to the stars.
Not a lot of people, all things considered. Yeah. Still, it's better than like 2.
The world's most affordable way to launch satellites and deep space probes. Our unique Atlantic Ocean location allows for this gigantic coil gun, running longer than a marathon, to safely launch projectiles without risk of damaging the payload with risky combustion. The station spans multiple sites and has a diverse staff of engineers and scientists. Together, they are able to produce, assemble, and launch the world's most sophisticated spacecrafts. In addition to our principal operation, Pathos 2 is also the home for multiple research projects within the marine sciences, including hydroculture, turbulence, and deep-sea construction. We are now leaving Upsilon for Omicron. Omicron is Pathos 2's Center for Medical Research and Hydroculture. Omicron is constructed on the edge of the abyss and is, with the climber, able to study over 4 kilometers of depth.
No! Alright, not a bad landing, all things considered. Guess it gives you a different in-flight movie based on your choice. Oh, does it? I need to check that out. At one point, I do want to make a commentary for SOMA. because I think it's just interesting to talk about. And it'd be interesting to go through the game and do a lot of wiki research just to see anything I've missed.
Simon, are you there?
Catherine, is that you? I was on my way, but then the shuttle train, it fucking crashed.
Are you alright? The system says the section is sealed for a suspected hull breach.
No, I'm not alright. What the hell happened to the world? Why are we underwater?
Wow, you're really out of place, aren't you? Look, don't worry about that right now. I realize you're confused, but you're so close to Lambda. If you just keep going.
How close? Can I walk there?
Yeah, but the tunnel is locked off to protect the overall structure from collapsing. What you need to find is your section's maintenance hatch. It'll lead outside.
Maintenance hatch. No problem.
What is that? What's going on out there? I gotta go. See you soon, Simon.
Catherine? You okay?
Alright. I'm just guessing, since it gave you 1 for Omicron, maybe if you chose somewhere else it'd change. Yeah, it might. I don't know. We could. Let's see. I don't know if I have a save right there though. I think that you can manually save like when you exit the game, but I don't know if there's like an auto save that's right there. I don't know. Either way, we're getting somewhere. Here we go. Always follow the light. Video game logic. Okay, now it's saved. I'm blinded by the lights. Can we close it? Now I'm kind of wondering if I fall down there, would I die? No, okay. Just wondering.
Here we go again.
Elden Ring fall mechanics there. Yeah. Back in the wide blue.
I can find Lambda, right? I mean, really? How big can this ocean be?
Yeah, about 2/3 of the world, so ocean can be pretty big, all things considered. Hello, crabs. Is there something over there? It's just like a vent. Okay. $350 meters. We can leg it. What is that? Is that Pequod? Hmm. Hey. Yeah, you. Oh no, it's an evil. It's an evil robot. Oh no. Oh, there's a bigger fish. Don't eat me. I am but a sad, strange little robo diving suit. See, is that the way I came? Yeah, that's the way I came. Okay. I keep getting turned around here just because the ocean looks the same a lot of the time. Where's the blackjack and hookers in this game with all the robots? Yeah. I'm gonna make my own upsilon with blackjack and hookers. Hello, tool of progression. I know I can't do anything yet, but it's worth looking into.
Unable to activate. Escape vessel. Protocol missing.
Here's your protocol. Just kicks it. Hey, look, another robot. Look at all the robots. Now, if I remember correctly, you're supposed to like visit this place, then go that way. I can't remember. Not to sidetrack the Chad, but Futurama was so ahead of its time. I love Futurama. It's so good. Plus, it leans into cool sci-fi stuff like SOMA. Yeah, that's the one thing that I give Futurama over The Simpsons is like Futurama is like in a sci-fi world, so they can do crazy sci-fi stuff, and it sort of makes sense, you know. There's a little bit more plausible. Plausibleness to do crazy things with Futurama rather than The Simpsons. I've also just liked the sci-fi stuff more, and just a lot of good characters in Futurama that are really funny. I'm a big fan of Lur and that alien newscaster. Also Zoidberg, also Fry, also Bender. There's a lot of good characters in that show. Daddy's home. Is there anything interesting to interact with? I could bring a hard hat with me. That would be something. Not a very good view. I forget if this area has a creature. Ah, it does.
Catherine?
Be quiet! Don't look at it!
You don't see me.
I'm right next to you.
No, not you two. I was really hoping you were human.
Don't let the circuitry fool you. I was human once.
Can't take it anymore. Everything's fucked. I give up. There's nothing left.
Calm down. It's not the end of the world.
You sure? It sure as hell looks like it. For all I know, there's no one left except for me.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I meant any humans left except for me.
Have you looked at yourself lately? You're a walking, talking diving suit with some electronics left on for good measure.
I don't...
You don't want to think about it? We'll start thinking about it.
I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be this. I want out.
Before you do anything hasty, could you help me with something?
What?
I was trying to find out what happened with my project when that brute knocked me to the ground.
Your project? How could anything possibly matter when you know you're a stupid robot in a stupid dead world?
Okay, focus. I need you to fix me so I can get back to work. Then you can sulk as much as you want.
You gotta be kidding, right? I think I have a better chance of building myself a time machine than of putting you back together.
I just need to access the computer. Oh, is that an Omnitool you're carrying?
Oh, the door opener? I picked it up at Upsilon where I woke up.
That'll have to do. Plug it into the terminal.
Sure, whatever.
When the Omnitool is loaded, just plug my Cortex chip into the tool.
What's a Cortex chip?
It will be obvious. I'll eject it for you. Just grab the chip and slide it into the Omnitool. Come on, I just need you to do this one thing for me.
Sure, whatever. What did you want me to do?
The tool you're carrying. Plug it into the computer over there.
Oh, I need to plug it into the computer first. My bad, lady. My bad.
Lambda Terminal 27 activated.
The Omnitool is ready now. Should be easy enough. Just pick up the chip and slide it into the Omnitool.
Why does a robot chip fit a door open?
It's standardized connect.
Catherine? Alright, let's give this a try.
One thing I don't like about the game, though, is how blurry it gets sometimes. It just blur effects all the time.
Custom Cortex chip found. Shutting down helper chain. Have a nice day.
Just pretty much anything will fit. Oh, this feels weird. I'm in the Omnitool? Thanks.
So, what's the project about?
My project? Oh, well, I saved all the people on the station as brain scans and put them into an artificial world. We were going to launch it into space to save it from, well, all of this.
Are you telling me that you were going to launch a computer world filled with people into space?
Yes. It was just a pet project at first, but it got really serious after the comet took out the surface. Then suddenly it became very important, and it was officially named the Ark.
That's appropriate. How far did you get?
I don't know. That version of me that I am. It came from a scan I did pretty early on. The living Catherine could very well have finished the project and launched it. I guess she could even still be alive. Weird thought.
So the talking robots, are they also scans you did?
They could be, but I doubt it. I'd expect much more sense if that was the case. All right, finally.
What's happening?
I managed to restore some data from the backup server. This should tell us everything we need. Oh. Could you do me a favor and run into the other room and have a look? I don't seem to be able to view the files in this condition. I need to know that the Ark is safe.
Sure, Kath.
Thanks. I'll unlock the door for you. Check the computer in the other room.
I've noticed at times when it loads in a new area, the screen goes black for a few moments.
What was it said before? You're from
That might be it.
Toronto?
Yeah, I just went in for a brain scan and suddenly here I am.
That doesn't make any sense. How? Why would anyone bring a scan from Toronto?
You think that's strange? What if I tell you it was back in 2015?
Whoa.
Just little details like that I think are good for characterization of just them interacting and being human, as opposed to being, this is our objective, and now we must complete it. This is how we complete it. You know, adds a little bit more personality to the mix. Alright, I gotta deal with the...
Can't make any sense of it.
You say something?
Sorry, still trying to figure out how you got here.
Keep at it. I'd really like to know who thought sending a Canadian to the bottom of the sea was a good idea.
Alright, I forget.
Just check the computer.
Yes, look for anything about the Ark.
I actually wasn't trying to go into this room specifically, but okay. I want to open all the doors. I want to open all the doors. I want to explore. Alright, this is the gel-sucking room. I wonder if I stick a robot penis in there, if it'll do something.
What happened before? That creature was strangely overbearing.
Yeah, it basically exploded with electromagnetism.
That's bad for us, right?
Confusing at least. Gives the senses a good punch.
That does not look good. The interactions are nice until you realize how she manages him, not unlike Would You Kindly in BioShock. Yeah, it's one of those things that I think does kind of, you know, but unlike BioShock, it's for kind of a good reason. You know, she's trying to do some last-ditch effort of keeping some level of humanity alive in the cosmos, just for as long as possible.
Are you excited about the Ark? At first, I couldn't really see the point of it. But then I thought, why shouldn't we, right? I mean, if we are able to save even just a small piece of ourselves, why wouldn't we do that? So you are in favor then? I think it's really important we do this.
This is one thing too, right, that I've been thinking about as we've been talking about sort of Catherine and her manipulation is, I think part of the reason it comes across as so manipulative in some places is because you can tell that, like from details we'll see later, you can tell that she's sort of the, or not the only one, but like she's sort of the awkward type, like she's socially awkward to a certain extent. So that probably makes all these interactions difficult for her in some ways. You know, especially when like the pressure's put on her, like later on in one scene that we'll get to when we get to it. You know, it's just one of those things where she's not the type of person that's good at convincing people to do stuff. Right? It's just sort of she's doing her best with what she can in this crazy situation she's in.
What are your thoughts on the Ark?
It's a great idea. Finally, we have something to do. Am I right?
Are you optimistic about the project's chances of, about the Ark reaching space?
It can definitely be done. You already solved the biggest problem, how to actually get us all in there. Now all we have to do is build the damn thing, and hope Phi is still operational. Yeah, I think we can do it, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I get you. I always more seen it as her trying not to make him think about what he really is, which might cause his mind to break. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, too. It's, you know, it's one of those things where I feel like Simon is just in denial throughout the entirety of the game until the very end, where he's sort of forced to accept it as he's left alone, like in the bottom of the ocean. You know, but that's... We'll get there when we get there. One of the many things Soma makes you think of, like, does Catherine still have a personality even though she's aware of her circumstances? That's a good point, yeah. I feel like she's one of those people that's very goal-oriented, and she understands that there's kind of no point to think about stuff outside of the goal, because that's only going to produce stress and get in the way of you accomplishing the goal. Like, it's sort of a very mechanical way to focus on what to do. And I think it fits her character, you know, because she's very, you know, this is humanity's last chance of any positivity coming out of this situation, right? Like, this is an ultimate doomed situation, right? So if humanity can exist in the Ark for thousands of years, then that's better than having no humans and no Ark, period, right? It's the best case scenario in a worst case scenario, effectively, and I think her personality feeds into that, where she focuses in on it, and just desperately tries to compartmentalize the emotional aspect of, she knows how this works. She knows that getting everybody onto the Ark means that a version of herself is going to stay here, and it's going to be doomed, right? There's that element to it of, you do make it up to the stars, but you also get stuck where you are too. I think that's probably one of the genius parts of the game of Soma. I know I'm kind of ranting about this, but it's one of the genius things about this is dealing with the idea of copying yourself and putting it in a better position to succeed, while you're it's that weird double thing where when you copy yourself, that is you, but you're still you as well, and so you have this weird justification of, how am I me and how is that also me, and how is one me in a better position to succeed and progress things for the better versus the other that is sort of just stuck where it is, I mean, we'll come to that later. Reckon this game does make you think about human soul and if each active person is really them and when they are copied. Yeah. I mean, all the copies that we see, some of them are sane, right? So I think there's an element to it where they are sort of perfectly copied, you know what I mean? But obviously some of them can't handle what's going on, so there's a psychotic break, and then that psychotic break probably causes them to go insane, which also probably results in more copies of them that are also insane, that become sort of the creatures we see around, doing different things.
What are your thoughts on the art project?
The idea is just incredible. By every definition. It really makes you think about what it means to be human.
What makes you say that?
Beyond the basics. Beyond the superficial. I'm convinced there's something with even greater value. You have provided a platform, which is not necessarily restricted to our digital progeny, but a means of actual survival. It's my sincerest belief that we can go on living through the reality of continuity.
I mean, he pretty much said all of what that previous ranting was about, so.
Is this from inside the Ark?
Yes. That's some early renders of the world inside.
Looks a whole lot comfier than this place.
Based on what happens later, these people we're looking at have been manipulated into what they believe, eh? I don't know if there's a certain level of manipulation, right? But I think it is a thing where there's sort of that constant theme of denial throughout the game of, the version that has the best outcome in the copy situation feels good about the copying, right? But the version that stays back is always going to feel bad about the copying, right? So it's sort of that. It's sort of a scenario where you get both results every single time, and so that creates interesting issues between characters of how they look at it, and then you have the different ways that people sort of go out across this complex. But I mean, as far as it being a manipulative thing, I don't think it's necessarily a manipulative thing as much as some people don't really think about the fact that there is going to be a part of you that is going to be unhappy that you are not on the Ark, right? At which point, I mean, my philosophy with it would have been, as a human, I would have tried to get a copy of me and all the people I cared about that are here, onto the Ark and into space. Let that be something, right? And then after that, I would try to figure out some way to stop the WoW and try to figure out some way to allow human life to continue down here, right? I would not completely give up the human, the physical human aspect of it, on Earth. I would like to continue to fight for that, but at the same time, I understand the value in what we're doing with the Ark as well. Although I imagine there would be some moral quandaries with that, where, if a human life has to end to get us closer to getting the Ark into space, I feel like I would argue against sending the Ark at that point, but that's, I mean, really, it really just kind of comes down to what the situation is, and what I can do in that situation, This is why the game's interesting. It's fun to talk about these scenarios. So we got the sort of like a living space, like a forest area. I'd want to live there. In like an urban park. I wish we could actually go through each area of the Ark. Like we kind of just go through the forest and see the ending, and that's it. That'd be funny. Maybe this is a prequel to Subnautica, and eventually humanity mastered underwater from survivors. Maybe. That'd be a fun little thing. There's the ideal Ark orbit. Okay. Oh, here's the survey. I remember liking taking this survey. Welcome. If you are reading this, you have successfully entered the Ark. This survey is designed to give the developers a better understanding of your subjective experience and how to improve your well-being. Please continue with the survey. Now, this is one thing that I like to do, is I like to try to answer this in the moment of sort of how would we feel if we were in Simon's situation at this point, right? So it's kind of the thing where at this point in the story, this is kind of like how I would answer these sort of questions. How would you describe your physical condition? I'd say I'd probably feel alien at this point because we've been able to go through water, we have a flashlight, and we can't see our physical hands, right? So it feels like me, but at the same time, I know it's not me. So it feels like I'm in another body, in a way. Alright, how would you describe your mental condition? Let's see, this is the thing, is I imagine you would feel normal in this situation, because to me, consciousness is just sort of what you think you are, right? Your physical form doesn't really dictate that as much. So I'm kind of in the normal realm. I mean, in terms of because this is asking about mental condition, right? Like I'm thinking about this from like a mental perspective. Like mentally, I would imagine I would feel the same. Physically, I would feel different just because I'm not me anymore, so things would shift. But mentally, I would feel normal. How would you describe your senses? I imagine they'd be different. See, this is the thing. This is the hard thing to answer in this game, is I'm not sure how you would feel. I imagine certain senses would be blocked, but also there might be a lacking, but you also might be more sensitive because of different things. Like, all of these answers are sort of valid. I guess that's what makes it interesting. So I imagine you would be lacking one of them, or lacking in some way, just because robots can only have that feeling. Like the senses would only be impacted in very particular ways as a robot. Alright, how would you describe the sensation of your new condition? I would not say it's pleasant, but I also say I don't like it. I feel like disconcerting is probably the closest to how I would feel about it. Because if I was in a robot's body but felt like me, there's a certain level of freedom in that, because then you know that, hey, I'm not limited by the physical shit that I, would have as a human, right? Like, if I'm a robot, if my leg gets ripped off, right, I might be in pain, but I can repair that, right? I can fix it, right? I can integrate with other technology and, you know, become better or stronger or whatever. You know, so it's like a thing where I feel disconcerted, but I wouldn't say it's any of these things. I think it's a doorway that could open up to horrible things, but also interesting things, you know, for me as a person. But it definitely would feel weird since everything's sort of constructed. Are you troubled by the fact that you are no longer strictly human? I feel like I'm kind of caught between no and yes, but I'm more in my previous experience. Because I feel like in this situation, I would miss the fact that I can't do human things. You know, like there might be the simulation of, like my answers on this have changed probably because of who I was when I initially played the game and who I am now, right? So there's like an element of me where, you know, like it just wouldn't feel the same, you know, if I knew I was a robot but it looked real. You know, like holding my son is a good example of that, where it's like I'm, you know, if I'm holding him and he lays his head on me or something, there's like there's a feeling there that I can't describe, but but I can feel it, and that's something that I imagine would be lost in this sort of realm. And so I think I would mourn I would be fine being in this. Like, I would feel fine in this form, but I would mourn the fact that I'm not going to be able to experience some things the same. Do you like the fact they included these so you can ask those questions even though they don't impact anything? Yeah. Well, I think this game does a really good job of just making you think about shit. Like, it makes you think about things. Because it directly asks you questions and poses questions throughout. You know? How do you perceive your new existence? Let's see, it's a direct continuation. I feel like it's like being born again in a way, because you've got like a new sort of perspective that you like are a robot, but you can do cool shit as a robot. Do you think this new existence will be a life worth living? Yes. I'd say maybe we can find a new sense of meaning in this. I don't think it has as much as the previous life. It's one of those weird things where I would like recontextualize the answers and then answer them in a different way. Like, I would put yes. It doesn't have as much as my previous life. I don't think it has less meaning overall, but I think that we can find a new sense of meaning because of the way we are, right? So it's like like my answer would be a weird blend of like the top three. Would you rather be removed from the project and accept death? I would say a hard maybe on this. I think death in this universe would be a lot easier to accept given different things. You know, given sort of how it works. Fun thing to think about when you're playing first-person games. Do you play them with the thought of role-playing as yourself, or do you detach yourself? I always try to role-play sort of as myself. In the game, you know, unless it's like a journey that's sort of scripted, that kind of pulls me out of it where I'm more involved for the story. But if it's a game where I can actively make choices, like I'd say like Skyrim or something, like I'm gonna treat it like it's me as the character doing things.
I found a tracker homed in on the Ark.
Oh, that's clever. I wonder if I thought of that. Does it still work? I really need to know what happened to it.
I think so. It's doing something at least.
Where is it?
Hold on. I'm trying to find it.
Please let it be safe.
I know it's on Earth. It's just funny to think about, like, the Ark not being launched at all and knowing that. All right. I forget, we're in the Atlantic Ocean in this facility, right? So it'd be like around here. Yes. All right. Now I forget where the Ark actually is. I feel like it's at Theta? Might be wrong. Oh, it's got to be like Omicron or Phi. Is that Omega? I'm the same, or maybe not me, but a version of me with defined morals that my character would follow. Speaking of Skyrim, how goes the commentary? I'm getting there on it. I've started doing a thing where I've started like reading, like doing the audio for the script. Like I've started reading the script for the video, even though the script isn't done yet. Just because I've got so much stuff that's already written, I may as well start recording it just so I can get that done. I had a thought to maybe break things down into sections and release them sort of faster. That way I can get something out there instead of waiting for this massive, like, probably 6 or 7 hour video to come out, but I don't really know how I feel about it yet. I said I was going to make 11 videos on the series. I'd like to stick to that, but it is one of those things where it's just kind of a slog to get through. I've completed the analysis for the levels, for the sound design, for the music, and for the stories. I'm working through the character sections now. I've got the main questline done and both sides of the Civil War done. I'm getting through the companions' characters and the analyzation of those characters, so it's just taking a while. There's just so much shit to cover in Skyrim that it takes forever to get through, right? Once I get through the story section in general, or the lore section in general, I should say, once I get done with the story and the characters, it'll be a lot easier for me to script things, because a lot of the stuff that we'll go over in the mechanics section and in the art section are going to be super easy to remember and go through, because you encounter those things throughout the entire game, right? You know, whereas the story stuff and the character stuff is locked very much to a specific story with a specific set of characters in specific quest lines. So those things are very sort of slow to get through from point A to B, you know, from writing the script to recording it to editing it. So the story section's been the longest one I've been having trouble getting through, but it's just the only reason I have trouble is because it takes so long, right? Like just to give context for this, the atmosphere section of this video is going to be over an hour and a half long, just on the levels, the sound design, and the music. It's going to be about an hour and a half long, right, or roughly around there. The story section is going to be easy 2 hours, right, minimum, right? Just talking about the story, not even the characters specifically, but just the story of the lore section is going to be like 2 hours, like easy. Like, I've made a bunch of charts and shit. This is going to be the most expansive analysis I think I've ever done, which is part of the reason I want to complete it as one single video, but also because I want to, like, keep this series sort of in format, as it were. But yeah, that's where the Skyrim commentary is. It's making headway, just very slowly. But I'm getting there. Hey.
I found it. It's at a site named Tau.
Oh, no, it's on Earth. It's so close to Phi, they almost made it. Damn it, it won't make it for long in that state. A couple of decades at most. That's not much to build a future.
If we got to it, could we get on the Ark?
I suppose, but I'm not exactly flexible at the moment.
Thanks for the update. Looking forward to it. Just wish Skyrim kept my attention span long enough to actually complete any of the stories. Yeah. Skyrim's one of those weird games where it's got so much to do, but a lot of what you can do is rather simple. So, like, once you kind of do your fill of the game, it kind of, like, loses luster over time. I still think it's a good game. It's definitely worth the price. But it's one of those things that everything done in it is sort of done to an okay level. Like, there are a couple things that are really great, but a lot of it is just sort of like, it functions, it's fun. That's basically it. But anyway.
I'll take us there. I can move, jump, swim, sort of. You're stuck in the door opener, the Omni tool. I'll just carry you there and you'll show me what to do.
That sounds really risky. Besides, I don't like the idea of you carrying me around.
Come on, Catherine, this is what you wanted to do, your final mission. Let's launch the Ark.
We would need to find a way to get into the Abyss. Can't take the climber without a power suit. We probably have to go to Theta and pray that Dunbat's still working.
Okay, so we go to Theta.
I don't know, it's pretty far.
Catherine, look around. What else is there to do? You know what? I found a sunken vessel just outside. Bet that could take us to Theta.
Really?
Didn't look completely out of action. It even lit up a little when I tried the Omni tool on it.
Okay then, let's have a look. I'll just eject from this thing. Don't forget to take me with you. Alright, let's do this. Come pick me up.
Can I pull the Omni tool out?
Wait. Okay, just be sure to plug me in again at some point.
You got it.
Good luck, Simon.
That's something I didn't think about it. It must be really frightening to just turn yourself off and wait for someone else to turn your consciousness back on. Like, that's got to be freaky. You just be like, okay, please turn me back on. Like, you're trying not to sound desperate, but you got to be desperate to, like, please let my brain activity continue. Just because of how freaky things are. Done everything in the Xbox 360 version, bought the Xbox One version when I upgraded 10 years ago, and I've got barely any of the achievements done. Every time I check, I ask, what have I been doing? I like she always reminds him to take her with him. Yeah, that's a neat detail. Yeah. Well, Skyrim's one of those games where the remasters and re-releases don't actually do much for the game, like at all. Like, I think the Dark Souls 1 remaster is a good remaster of that game in terms of making the game function on PC. Otherwise, I would not tell you to get it, right? Like, if you're a PC player, it's way better than Prepare to Die. But, well, it's not way better, but it is better than Prepare to Cry, right? But just Prepare to Cry. Prepare to Die. But, just, it's one of those things. The Skyrim remasters have been uniquely terrible. They don't add anything worth having, like, period. That's where the Souls thing enters my mind. Like if you're unplugged, you're essentially nothing until plugged back in. Yeah, it's very scary. Oh man. Chris, I've stayed up all night. Seemed like a waste of sleep. I got the TV on in the background. The newscasters are covering the incoming comet like they were counting down for New Year's Eve. I know it's messed up wishing you were here with me. I suppose if anyone has a chance to survive this thing, it would be you guys below the waves. I hope you're able to go on if it's a life worth living. Looks like the shit's about to hit the fan. I better hit send before the shockwave reaches us. I'm proud of you, boy. Dad. It's those sort of moments that get to me, right? Especially now that I am a dad, it's like, fuck, man. I've thought about making a video about fatherhood in general and just kind of going over how it's changed me as a person. Oh, hey, spooky one, go away. Alright. Remastered on PC gives you B as a jump option if you play with controller. Prepare to Cry didn't have that. Oh, that's helpful. Did B replace anything on console? I don't play the Souls series on console outside of Demon Souls, just because. I know I need to go in these rooms, but I kind of want to explore a little bit. So much goop. Yeah, I got you. Fatherhood changed me as well, and not just for dad jokes. I was doing dad jokes before I was a dad. Alright, we have the looping passage secured. Alright. Now I think about it, we have to get out of this facility, right? We're done here. We don't actually have to do anything else. If I remember correctly. It's just we need to get out, I think. I think the creature's in the way down this hallway, right? Alright. Oh wait, I misspoke. In Remastered it lets you change from B to the left analog stick. Pretty sure Prepare to Die doesn't have that option. You have to do that B double tap thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that's been really annoying about the Soul series in general, is just the controls are not... They're not built for platforming, okay? Like, the simplest platforming you can handle is just dropping down from a thing. Jumping is horrendous. No more jumping. I forget. Can she do anything in this state at this point?
What? What is this? Curie Emergency Vessel 4. Hey, Simon, can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you get this thing running?
Hang on, I'll give it a try.
Bloodborne is the only game now, I'm sure, that you can't remap the jump button. Yeah, well, it's because it's locked to console, right? It's the only...
Sorry, it's dead.
One of the only ones.
Worth a shot?
The CV came from Curie. It was a ship that used to make runs between Lambda and Lisbon. Looks like their wreck is close. Maybe you can find a vessel like this one inside.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll just save the security information and update the Omni tool. There. Should help you get around.
Great.
Alright, here we go. This is one thing, like, I'd be curious to see how Bloodborne performs on PC, like, not through emulation, but through, like, an actual, like, PC port. Because, I suck at console, and so playing games that are already hard on console just makes me hurt. The long, ominous walk down the lighted path, the lit path. And then it's over. You don't see me. I am but a little kelp fish, doing little fish things. You don't see me. DS1 Remastered, DS2, and DS3, you can choose either B or left analog click as the jump function. Pretty sure Demon's Souls Remake lets you. Oh, cool. Bloodborne, you need that B double tap. I'm so glad Elden Ring had like a specific function just for jumping. Alright, now here's a section of the game I did not enjoy. I do not like this bit where you sneak around the enemy that you're not supposed to look at and they drop him in front of you. Where you trigger him by looking at him and you can't change it. It's very annoying. It's something Bloodborne players complain about the most, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. I feel like my opinion of Bloodborne would go up if I could play it on PC, because I'm comfortable with PC controls. Right? I'm not comfortable with console controls, just because I don't play anything on console. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be anything to interact with in this area for like lore and stuff, so I'm assuming Assuming that will be okay just to go directly for the goals and leave it there. Doing the spooktisms. I'd be comfortable being able to play games on Xbox. Exclusives are annoying. Even when I got my X of PS4, I never played it because the analog layout just didn't feel right and missed my chance. Yeah. I don't like exclusivity, period. Right? But like the controller thing, I understand. It's like we get used to whatever we grow up with, and then the other thing feels weird. I like how the music and sound effects are being Tismy. Yeah, like I said, this might be my least favorite section of the game. Is just... Actually, no, I wouldn't say least favorite's even a good way to word it. I would say this is the one section of the game that I actively dislike, just in terms of how it works, going through the ship and all this other crap. Thank God for the opening. The real question, Vangaris, is where were you when you found out that the X button on PlayStation is actually called cross? You said the thing. I mean, given that they're all shapes, it makes sense for it to be called cross. It's just easier to say X. X rolls off the tongue much better than cross. Plus, the cross is confusing because you don't know if you're actually looking for like the religious symbol cross or the actual shape, just a line over another line. It's very confusing. I forget if this enemy requires you to be stealthy and not look at it, or just don't look at it. Because if I just don't look at it and I just slowly move around, I imagine I'd be okay. This is one thing as well, as in this game versus other games, is how the PC controls are kind of wonky because of the, Whoa.
Alright, we're in. Let's find a working escape vessel.
Woo, floaty stuff. Like I said, I don't think there's going to be anything to interact with here besides just deal with the creature. There's a skull. There's a skeleton.
Nothing but a massive firestorm covering the continent.
I've heard PC optimization for games that are cross-platform can be really tricky and generally shit. Do you remember people who had really high-end PCs couldn't actually run Revenant properly? Yeah, I know it's just PC optimization is just... Oh, do you mean Remnant 2? Is that the game you were talking about? New game out for PC, but sorry, you've got a 4090 or whatever it was. I won't be working at all. Yeah. What's funny is like I used to have the good rig amongst my like circle, and now I've got the least rig because both my brother and my best friend, they've got like the 40 series stuff, and I'm running on like a 30. Pretty sure it's a 3060. Remnant 2. It's getting late here. Go take a nap, man. Yeah. I didn't have as much fun with Remnant 2 as I thought I would. I really enjoyed Remnant 1. I played the crap out of it. The only thing I didn't like about Remnant was, well, two things I did not like about Remnant were the emphasis on spam, like spamming enemies at you at certain points, and the over-reliance on that, as well as the world being inconsistent. Right, like the world just simply is built to be like the world's not consistent in the way that it exists, right? Like if you need a specific boss in a specific world, you basically have to go and reload the world and hope you get the right one. That's one of the things I really hated about the original Remnant, is that there's no consistency there. All that chat about 360s or whatever just confuses me. I have no knowledge what it means. All I know is that the bigger the number, the better. That's all I know. I'm not that smart when it comes to PCs. Took me ages just to kill the Shade boss in the first Remnant game.
Huh? What? Oh, you made it. This is much better. Let's see if we can't get this thing moving. Wait, what? Safety locks are blocking the vessel's release. Are you kidding? How much more of an emergency could this ship be in? It's on the bottom of the sea. Take a look at the engine room and see if you can figure it out. Maybe there's an override or something.
There's monsters out there, like the ones we saw at Lambda.
The more reason to get going.
What?
Come on, you know the drill. Don't look at them or get too close. It'll mess with your circuits.
Oh, shit.
We need to get out of here.
I know. I'm going.
Something is stabilizing the ship. We need to let it know this is an emergency. Convince the ship that this is an emergency.
That's a funny line. Alright. Before I buy a PC, I might buy PC Building Simulator on my Xbox to learn. Oh, man. I don't think it's actually that hard to build a PC from everything I've seen about it. It's just a matter of... it's just a matter of figuring out how to do it where you don't blow up your PC, right? It's just a matter of don't screw it up. It's the biggest thing. It's just a lot of like research and making sure parts are compatible. Whoa, whoa, that's weird. What am I trying to do right now? Alright, so I just need to not get close.
Attention crew, this is your captain speaking. The final efforts to stop the comet have officially failed. Impact is imminent. Attention crew, this is your captain speaking. The final efforts to stop the comet have officially failed. Impact is imminent.
I'm trying to let it sneak past me. If I can even...
Attention crew, this is your captain speaking. The final efforts to stop the comet have officially failed. Impact is imminent.
trapped on the thing.
Attention crew, this is your captain speaking. The final efforts to stop the comet have officially
I remember getting screwed once because I tried going through here and just one of the places was not. It's just like, I remember getting trapped by a door and dying once, and I was like, what the fuck?
good way to describe it. The destruction is absolute. The surface is just gone.
I should really get a PC, considering the PC desk I have at home would actually let me get some of the games I want as well. I mean, I think it's definitely a worthwhile investment. It's a bit pricier than consoles, but it'll go a lot farther than consoles in my experience. You know, it's just a matter of, you know, just getting a PC that's within your budget that does what you want out of it. You know. The PC I got was $1,700, which is pretty pricey. You know, but I've enjoyed it basically since... I forget when I bought this PC. I think like 2021? Because I had a PC in 2019 that I had, but then I know I replaced it with something else. No idea where I am. Oh, okay. This is where I need to be. I bet this is where the enemy spawns before I trigger him. It would just be annoying starting from scratch, as Gears of War 4 is the only game I have that is play anywhere. Can definitely see the benefits of having one, though. Yeah, I mean, again, it really just kind of comes down to what your preferences are. Ow.
Warning. Reactor collapse imminent. Proceed to the emergency vessels.
Run! Run from the spooktism! don't know where I'm going. We've made the demon mad. Not sure how, but we've made it mad.
Okay, I'm in.
Now let's get the hell out of here.
It's taking so long.
We need to pump all the water out before we take off.
Can't you do it any faster?
I'm almost there.
All right, here we go. Hold on to something.
Hold me, barnacles.
Can you steer this thing?
Starboard rudder is choking, but I can compensate.
How do you even know what direction we're going in?
Don't worry, I'm hooked up to the navigator. We're headed for Theta. Should be a matter of minutes.
Thought I was done for back there.
Seems like the WOW is keeping the Curie from going into a catastrophic failure state. I mean, how did it get on the ship?
Are you talking about the black tentacles in the engine room? I've seen them before at Upsilon. What are they?
They're a manifestation of a malfunctioning station-wide artificial intelligence called the WOW.
Station-wide? So we just made a powerful enemy.
No, it's not like that. The AI isn't a persona. It doesn't feel or think like we do. It's more like a cancer.
Was that the ship?
Looks like your sabotage worked better than expected. Brace for impact! Hold on, the blast just pushed us off the plateau!
What does that mean?
If I don't hit Delta, we're dead.
Wow, name drop. Woo! It's the WOW. Wow. Wow.
Please remain seated.
All right, now we need to get out of here.
I'll never get this open.
Hey! Even though it's what's spelled like WOW, isn't it? Yeah. It's not spelled like W-O-W. It's spelled W-A-U.
Oh, hey, little guy. Didn't expect to see you again.
It's like his little wave. Thank you, little creature. Robo buddy. You're gonna be our robo buddy.
Don't worry, Kath. I'll find a way to Theta.
Alright, here we go. Alright, honestly, were these bases built by Weyland Yutani? I'm sure they were. Alright, I remember this place being the place with all the little places to go, right? I think is what I remember. What's going on around here? A couple of switches I can throw. You're channeling Markiplier with Robo Buddy there. I actually haven't watched his playthrough, so if I am, I guess we're just thinking alike.
Akers is headed for Theta.
Delta Luma Organics, getting a signal but no audio.
Strasky, it's Como Rigby. Akers has gone mad. He's dangerous. Strasky!
Sorry, Delta. Still no audio. Try calling from another access point.
Strasky, I can try setting. I have pictures.
Those were the pictures she sent. I guess in that one picture it looks like she was stabbed to death to some degree. There we go. Sheep's the one that wanted this stream and he's not here. It's very sad. I know. Muller covered it in his series. Markiplier names the wee guy Bubble Butt, and you can just imagine the rest of this section. Yeah. I'm probably going to call him like Bubble Buddy. Just to be slightly different. Alright, so we're right there. Landing platform, HQ, all the little areas to go to. All the little areas to venture forth into. Does this do anything if we interact with it now? Alright, down we go. SpongeBob reference there. Exactly. This is Delta. Love the episodes of the Bubble Guy. They are very funny. He's only topped by Bird Person from Rick and Morty. Bird Person was very funny. There we go. We need signal. Okay, I'll have different signals in different areas. I forget how this works. When you establish that, how does it affect stuff in here? I can't even read that. Here we go. Proper insane place right here. Gouged his eyeballs out. The light is hurting my eyes. He's telling me I don't need this vitreous flesh inside my skull to see salvation. I will gladly remove them, stop them from obfuscating this divine mission. This is one thing that I would worry about too in the end of the world, is just people going insane and doing crazy shit. Because you know they absolutely would. It's exciting to watch WoW claim Delta. Half a year ago I'd be worried. I'd have Goya and Juan clean the black blood from the machinery. Now its crusty surfaces seem to complement, even outshine what Delta was. I like that little corrupt opponent. 'Tis neat. It's just goop in this locker. Alright, what's this say? My reflection in the black blood of our warden whispers. I need to save them from this hell. Let them sleep. Lock them in the lucid dreams I've seen. No, you don't. You can just be alone and insane. You know, just be insane in your own little private space. Forget. Is there anything here to listen to? I don't think there is. Hey, buddy. All right, where are we going? What do we want to do first? There's a channel there, but I don't remember which one we need to be like focusing on at this point. Do anything over here? I forget what the communication stuff's for, like specifically.
Rusted shut. Probably for the best. Not sure I trust the shuttle train anymore.
You got this, buddy. Thank you, little friend.
Good robot.
There we go. Take a look around here. Able to communicate via simplified sounds and lights. We got the bull. Supported by a remote pilot. That does not need a pilot. That requires a pilot. It's basic intelligence only. A pilot is needed to fully utilize its equipment. Alright. See, Delta evacuation. Terry, it's been decided that you and your crew will evacuate to Theta on the 14th. Everything is being taken care of, and you will all be given new positions as you arrive. You will have to fall into the ranks, of course. The last thing we need are more leaders. Kronstedt. Alright. It's your funeral. Fuck you, Kronstedt. I'm not going anywhere. You don't have the authority to make me, Terry. This isn't my orders, you idiot. I'm just the messenger. You want to stay? I can buy you some time if you want to hang out at your dump, but your crew is moving tomorrow. Evacuation successful. Mr. Akers, I'm happy to inform you that your crew has safely arrived at Theta. Let me know when you are ready to move and I'll send a transport. Peter Strasky. He's such a ray of sunshine in this bleak abyss of a situation. So sad. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Mr. Akers. Don't hesitate to ask if you want to be relocated to Theta. I love Strasky so much. I feel so bad for what's going to happen. Terry Akers won his 1,000th game of chess. It's got to be insane. Oh yeah, can I cannot interact with you at all. How far into the game do you reckon you've gotten? I'm not sure. If they had chests that worked, my playthrough time would have shot through the roof, yeah. I mean, if it's the only thing you can do besides masturbate, then that's probably the thing you'll choose to do. Let's see, malfunction, blah, blah, blah. Unspecified to theta. Yeah, that would have been him, like, Akers going to theta after Komarebi tried to check him out. Zeppelins. That one's at Echo.
It's everywhere. What? Hello? All that water. We're drowning. Who is this? Alan. What's your name? Simon. Where... What are you? Alan, can you hear me?
I've not heard this.
Alan?
Okay, that's probably the last sign of like, hey, stop doing this. Alright, let's try the other frequencies and see what that leads to. So I need to do, let's do 840 next. The Yakuza games kill my playtime with how much extra content and mini games they have. Yeah, games within games are always kind of funny. They soak up so much time. Oh yeah, I need to go to one of these lines and then I can find a signal. Okay. Alright, there's 840. Let's go listen to what 840 says. Hearing him say Alan just makes me think of Chris Gore on Film Threat. Alan Ing! Oh wow, this Zeppelin's just giving up. No! Yakuza are published by Sega, so you get a whole load of classic Sega games as arcades in each one. Oh, that's cool. Ing the Merciless. Yeah. Alright, there's 49. I just want to... I want to pick up things.
Can't believe how much I'm sweating in this suit.
Like Virtua Fighter 2 is one of them, I'm sure. Neat.
Transport active. Unspecified cargo. Transport active. Unspecified cargo.
Let's see.
The Zeppelin's on its way. Better get ready.
See, will we see it come overhead, or will it just appear out of the darkness? There it is.
That's definitely the Zeppelin.
Alright, here we go.
Calm down. We're safe.
Oh, it's really disconcerting popping in and out of existence like that. Where are we now?
Delta. At least that's what you said before the crash.
Oh, right. Of course. Is this a Zeppelin?
Appropriately named. You think it can get us to Theta?
It's a cargo transport. They use them for moving materials between the sites, anything that's too big for the shuttles. I'm sure it can carry us. Why won't it work? Come on. Oh, the tool chip is bust.
Isn't that part of the Omni tool?
Look who's been paying attention.
I have to deal with that back at Upsilon.
Then you know how it works. We need to get a new tool chip and switch it.
Care to point me in the direction of the closest tool chip storage?
I think it would be easier to just take one from a robot.
What? Just knock a robot over the head and steal their chips?
The toolbox over there says it has a stun baton. You could use that.
Come on. I don't want to hurt anyone. Isn't this a bit much?
It's just a robot, Simon.
We're just robots. Sort of. I'll get us a chip.
Time to cause some pain.
Guess I have no choice. I feel awful.
The robots only appear intelligent. They're much more like dogs than humans.
I wouldn't hit a dog.
Sorry, poor choice of words.
I don't want to hurt anything.
Well, we need a tool chip or we're stuck here.
Do you hear me speaking? Of course you do. I wanted to let you know that I know. You didn't blindly beg me out of the herd. The slow waves of Delta crashing against the shore had an undertow that pulls you into a slumber. It's a beautiful thing. And I won't be selfish. I will help. Tuck them in, watch them sleep. They too will find peace within the universe of the WoW.
Akers is definitely going to be an encounter once we get to him. Need... I mean, this is the thing, right? I didn't get to talk to the guy before we did anything. Let's see, can I get in here?
You saw that, right? You saw Akers fucking injecting that shit into them?
He got me pretty bad.
I think I made it worse pulling away. I can feel it bleeding out. Can you see him?
Fuck. He got on a Zeppelin. He's going back to Theta. We have to warn them.
Good luck with that. The platform radio is dead. Remember?
The Lumar Annex should work. It has to.
Yeah. You go. I'm not gonna make it. I'm just not.
Come on, Evans. We have to warn them. Come on.
Is there anything here? What does this do? Guess this doesn't do anything. I'd like to avoid reloading if possible, so I know we missed some stuff with this guy. Let's see, will he talk if we're... Nah, I guess I have to, like, do shit. Oh, do you just have...
I think I need some vacation soon. Have to speak with Akers about that. Isn't that right, Akers?
Man. Yeah. I kind of want to reload. Let me see if I can, like, reload this and figure it out. Oh, do you just have stock footage of you playing Star Wars Battlefront 2 for whenever you want to react to real-world events or have a rant? Yes, I keep like a backlog of just me playing whatever game that I can use for different stuff. All right. Ooh, is this the... I don't know how far... That's like 4 minutes back. Let's see how far back that is. Oh, man. This might be... We might have to go even farther back. Oh no, you've missed content. Run invalid and restart. Haha. I hope this is the only restart we do. Probably shouldn't have picked up the device because I should have known that would have fucked it up.
I feel awful.
The robots only appear intelligent. They're much more like dogs than humans.
I wouldn't hit a dog.
Sorry, poor choice of words.
I don't want to hurt anything.
Well, we need a tool chip or we're stuck here.
Dang it, I have to go like right before this. I have to go right before that save. You got too hasty, Master. Yeah, much too hasty. Alright, so it's before that one. Damn, that's like 8 minutes of whatever. Here's the thing, right? Do we want to go back and get all that dialogue again? Or do we just want to just skip it and then deal with the moral quandary that we know that that person's in there? I'd rather skip it just to save some time. Because I do have to end the stream pretty soon. I don't have a lot of time to sort of just throw away. I'm thinking... So, yeah, that's like our first save here. I think we'll just stick with what happened. But we know it's a person, right? We know it's a person in a robot. Like a copy of them in the robot. You just continue. Not like we've bothered with morals. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, like... My philosophy on doing this stuff here is that, like... You know, like, this robot, as far as I can tell, is autonomous, right? Like, it's not a copy of a person in there. It's just a basic functionality of, like, a robot in it. That's an actual person, and my belief is that eventually they will catch on that something is wrong. Eventually they're going to die. You know, they're going to realize what's going on. So I view giving them death as sort of a release of sorts from that suffering, right? Ending it now as opposed to making them suffer over a long period of time by going just insane and just existing, right? So that's kind of my philosophy on it, is I think death is better for them than to have them slowly uncover everything and then go insane.
You put in a good word for me? I'm not sure that's a good thing. Nah, I'm just messing with you.
Oh, here we go.
Come on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope this works.
I know you will treat me as a threat now and just constantly run away from me. That's fair. It's fair. Alright.
Thanks, Simon. Don't be mad, okay? We really needed that chip. We'd be stuck here.
Could you do it? Kill a robot like that?
I get attached to them too. I'm not a monster. But in this case, it had to be done.
He was talking. I mean, he was delusional, but he seemed sincere. Present.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's fine.
Was he really that different from us? It's just beginning to sink in. I mean, really sink in. I'm a robot.
Didn't we cover this already?
Guess I've known ever since I woke up at Upsilon. I just keep suppressing it. Like my brain doesn't want me to think about it. It's really getting hard not to think about it.
Yeah. Could you maybe hit that switch over there so we could get moving?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, trying to keep us goal-oriented in the wake of our moral quandary.
Thanks.
Let's go. When we land, I'm gonna have to stop, so we'll see how far we get.
You did really good back there, Simon. We got a slight delta detour, but we're back on track.
Yeah.
We should touch down on a cargo platform just outside Theta. Then we just head inside, grab the Dunbat, and head down the abyss. 4,000 meters. That's a long way. We don't have to worry, though, because with the Dunbat, the Ark could have been in the Mariana Trench. It'll hold for anything.
That's great.
And then we can start listening to other people when they talk, because that's how conversations work.
What? Oh, sorry. I just can't stop thinking about what we've become. It's clear that we're no longer human. But then how can I feel like Simon? How can I feel like anything at all? I mean, technically, I don't have any ears, no mouth. Christ, it's a weird thing to think about. I mean, I'm making sounds. I'm still saying things.
You sure are. Okay. Your new body most likely has senses similar to those you had as a human. And your mind, only knowing one way to perceive the world, superimposes that skill set on top of your new features.
So my mind is covering it up, pretending nothing's different.
If it didn't, you'd probably be incapable of interacting with the world at all. And the stress would either kill you or make you go insane.
So I've found a good balance between awareness and ignorance. Does that mean I shouldn't think about this stuff, or are my thoughts actually making me cope? Could I tip the balance by suddenly gaining some insight and go insane?
I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, we have real things to deal with. Saving mankind, remember? Speaking of which, we're closing in on Theta. I'll eject the Omni tool. As always, don't forget to take me with you.
Kath, before you go, the artificial intelligence you mentioned in the escape vessel?
Uh-huh, yeah, the Warden unit, the WOW.
Is it the WOW's fault that we're like this? I mean, it seems like something an unreliable AI would do.
I suppose it set the ball in motion, but it's not directed with purpose. It's really complicated to explain how machines think, Simon. Concentrate on getting inside Theta, okay? See you soon.
And here we are. Welcome to Theta. Oh, I feel like Simon gets quite like a diva whenever he mentions he's a robot going forward. I mean, there's a little bit of that, but he's still, like, he's having to process this over a very short period of time, so it's probably a lot going through his head right now. Like floating around here. Alright. I'm going to have to end this stream here, sadly. Oh, I will be picking this up next weekend, where we can hopefully finish the game. I'm not sure what we're going to do the weekend afterward, though. Not sure about that yet, because we should be able to finish this game by next weekend, but I'm going to have one weekend available, and then I'll be unavailable at the end of April, and so it's going to be a weird thing of, if I start anything, you'll have to wait 2 weeks. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what happens. Catherine over here looking freaky. See if I can tab out without having an issue. I had a real issue setting up this shit for some reason. Like, the game just did not want to show up on screen correctly. It was weird. Well, good progress was made, and there was at least some SOMA chat, mostly. Maybe amnesia. I don't know. I'd love to do like more playthroughs of games in general. I don't know, just for the other weekends since it's quite short. I mean, Amnesia is about the same length as this game in terms of like progression. So I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. And who knows? We may not finish Soma by the end of next weekend. So who knows? But I do kind of want to go from Soma into Doom just because the Dark Ages is coming out, and I would like to play that on stream. I think it'd be fun. So that'll probably be our next goal, and we'll see what happens. Oh, I assumed it was shorter. I think it's only slightly shorter. You know, like a minuscule amount shorter, like maybe like an extra hour. But a lot of it, I think, is just due to Soma having so many interactables in the environment to like read and look at, and Amnesia has a little bit less of that. But we'll see what happens. See what happens when I tab out here. I hope my stream doesn't die. Okay, stream didn't die. Good deal. All right. Well, enjoy your week. See you next time. Same to you, Andrew. Have a blessed rest of your week, and yeah, I will see you next weekend.